Hello, hello, hello. Welcome to Angel Insight. My name is Michelle Christides. Boy, am I happy to be here. It's been a while, right? But I am noticing a lot of cycles. So, first of all, welcome to Angel Insight. We've got the Oracle of the Deer coming. We did an activation quite some time ago. I want you to keep watch because tomorrow I'm going to be activating our new animal wisdom. So we have a new animal coming in collaboration. But the deer is here to bring messages of what we've been doing in 2026, what we're aligning to, and also messages for the next 3 weeks. Now, you can have one pile, two pile, three piles, or all four piles. So please use your body as a pendulum, use your pendulum, use your guidance. But it is very likely that you have more than one pile. Another thing I wanted to talk to you about was what? I was just capturing something and I forgot. Um, I will be mentioning I'll be doing a collective amethyst and rose activation, which is being called for one of the piles today. But if that's something that's getting a little buzz, you would definitely want to watch for that. It is helps to heal the bees, and those are that energy is a shadow bug, which keeps you from really hearing your own intuition. Okay, in so many ways. So watch for that. That's going to be at the end of March 24th, and we're going to do it at 3 o'clock in the afternoon Central Standard Time. So let's go ahead and get started. We are going to start with and we've got quite a bit of oracle here. So I do come back, listen as you're guided, take me on a walk with you, listen to me in the car. If you come in, most likely you're coming in at the right time. So welcome to Angel Insight. Please follow me, click that button, and I hope to see you soon. All right, dear number one. You guys are the Manchuran elk, also known as the Ussuri moose. Now, this is a region in the world, it's in Russia. Okay, that's the Ussuri region. And all of this is coming through for purpose. And, basically, this group I was getting like Babylonian energy. So I wasn't surprised to hear that when you have a group of elks, they're called a harem. I was picking up on this Babylonian really kind of dense energy. I got that you are all root workers. Now, this is a female energy, but we also want to note that there's also a paralleling predator-like energy, which is the snow leopard. What we're talking about here is there's this an imprint on your ancestry, and this is coming. This is actually keeping. It's actually related to a siren energy, a third party energy, which is not authentic. So let's go ahead and share a couple messages for you guys. First, we're going to share two messages. The first one is when I went into your energy, I was feeling pain, and at the center, in the center of the heart, so almost like being stabbed in the heart. Even as I'm mentioning that, I don't normally do tarot, but I am familiar with tarot. And what I'm seeing is that card with the daggers in the heart. I think there's 3 daggers in the heart. So, or maybe that's reminding me of another oracle. But anyway, this is something that really hurts. And it's followed by a lot of confusion. It's followed by some delusion. Allow yourself to observe. Be in neutral. What can I learn from this pain, as opposed to a vision that you are broken, unworthy, or unloved. A powerful mantra for you to assist you in recoding of your experience. Here's a couple that are suggested by Spirit. I am free to expand into something new. I am deserving of love without expectation. My heart has no price tag. This will allow you to evolve through a challenge that you decided to take before you came here. So take your power back and allow the resolutions and the solutions to outcomes previously experienced. And the best part is this gives you clarity of pitfalls to repeat, to avoid the repeat effect. I really love this channeled message, and it speaks to me in such a big way. And I do believe that this message is for me. And I'll share stories. I like to be vulnerable. And yesterday, I did not follow. I wish I would have done Oracle yesterday instead of today. Happy Mother's Day, by the way. But yeah, it was kind of a rough moment for me. And so this really rings true. And, I didn't really go through it so gracefully, but all has purpose. So I'm mentioning this to not judge yourself. If you find yourself, because this energy is what I was feeling and what I was getting is it's such a deep, dense energy that's coming through your ancestry. And it's like as it rises up, it's being released. Okay. But we don't have to experience it as pain. So this is where the mantras come in to recode the effect that it's going to have on you. Okay. So I hope this rings true to you. Here's another message. For your heart to expand at the square root of 4, one must endure. Okay. Now, I love that because I recently shared, I don't have it with me, but I recently shared a quote. I think on Facebook. I think I might have shared it here too. But it was a quote from Kevin Bacon, who lost millions of dollars. And of course, they were upset and everything. But what happened is they kept perspective. Their family was together. They were healthy. They could, they could go back to work. They could never reclaim that money that they lost. However, it wasn't the end of the universe. So this is like ringing true. And there was a really awesome quote there to not don't build on what has vanished, build on what endures. And you're root workers. So what's important about that is this particular, this is actually, a really beautiful thing going on for you, because as root workers, you're magic manifestors. And so as we go through this healing, and actually I mentioned amethyst and rose, and that is coming up for you. And it's just so synchronistic how these all came in together. Okay. So I don't want to get ahead of myself too much, but some of the messages I was getting as I was in your energy also was there's issues. You're having some issues because you feel you're on the run. In this particular energy, we're feeling hunted. Okay. That's definitely what's happening here. And it's not, and it's really important to stay grounded, okay, to keep your connection with the earth, with everything around you. And grounding is not even enough. It's really about frequency. So really allowing yourself to step into unconditional love, really keeping that heart open, really allowing spirit to come in and help lift these energies up, okay? Collaboration is really coming up, so I really encourage you to come to the Amethyst and Rose, specifically you guys, group number 1. It's for you. So that'll be on March 24th. It's $33, but it will help you heal what are called snow bees. I'm going to get into this in just a moment. Okay, so we're going to do some cards for you today. We're going to use the Druid cards. But what is this healing? What are we talking about here? We're basically talking that on the Egyptian timeline, you felt hunted because of a gift, but it's an illusion. No one can fully take your power. So believe in yourself. This line, your ancestral line, is being healed. There's a lot of aggression here. Okay, so really, if you find yourself getting angry, if it blows up, fine. But hopefully, you catch this before I didn't circle back. Too late. I wish I would have noticed this ahead of time so that I could have managed some of the energies that were coming through. Okay, so a lot of these energies are from Mercury, from Saturn, and they're really, really, really deep down ancestral rooted energies, okay, that are affecting you. So we're going to do the Druid cards. We're going to tap into that ancestry. And let's see, where are we starting? Oh, with the pre-shuffle. I'm talking to our future teachers. I told you the manifestors. Look at that, number 22. Yep, you guys are the builders on the new earth. So this is all happening for purpose. That's for sure. Okay, so that's the energy that we're going to start with. Okay. And also, let's see, I've got some more messages, but we're going to space them out for you. I'm going to pull you down here for just a moment, and I'm going to turn this around. We are going to be building this map for you. Hold on. Here we are. We're building this map for you. You notice it's a crown. Okay, so what we're dealing with you is a sire-in energy. This is an inauthentic masculine energy that's competing with your authentic masculine energy. And the reason we mentioned it was like a little delusional and a little illusional is because this siren energy that is really kind of trying to collaborate with you is actually based on fear, not on unconditional love. Okay, or actually based on will, not unconditional love. So we're looking for this king energy. So the map is this crown, and we're going to use the cards to get started here. And these imprints are on your ancestry. And the snow bees is what came up. I was like, what are the links to the snow leopard and all the things that are happening? I did an oracle at the beginning of the year about Challenge 77, inspired by the Snow Queen. And literally, we talk about the snow bees in that story. So there's this link that this is the energy aligning you to Challenge 77, which is all about stepping into your most authentic self and lots of magic. So let's go ahead and get started. We're going to do 8 shuffles to really kind of settle into what is this energy all about? What are we talking about here? We've got this earth dragon energy for our first cut. And this is what I was feeling for sure. You know, this is an end of a cycle for you guys. This is about bringing balance into that authenticity. This earth dragon, you have this connection with the earth. You have these sparks. I believe that the connection with the earth is actually really tight with you. It feels like that's where a lot of the magic comes in. It could be animals, plants. You notice things out in nature. There's lights of like I'm getting a lot of like, like wild, cool discoveries. And that's the magic unwinding. And you know it. You know it. You see it. You know it. It speaks to you. We've got this swan energy. No longer are you the ugly duckling. You didn't really felt like you fit. And it's because of these snow bees. There's a part of you that has been like unattainable. Okay, unattainable. And what we want to do is, I love how I see the swan here. What we want to do is we want to detoxify. We want to detoxify the water, but the roots. Okay, and that's where the amethyst and rose comes in. That is what rose is specifically known on. When you detoxify the roots, then it actually allows the flower to grow. It allows the flower to give its oil. So this is when you detoxify, when you participate in that meditation, what that does, it'll detoxify your root chakra. Okay, and as it does that, it allows you to expand into that rose energy above the thorns. Okay, so collaborate with the powers of the one, and that's what we're seeing here. Collaborate with those around you. I'm really encouraging you. Look at that ring around the neck, and look at that swan in the background that doesn't have one. Okay, it's just like that spark. Trust the inklings that you get. Okay, trust the inklings that you get. It's definitely all about coming into balance for you. And I love this because I see a little bit of hawthorn here, which I know is extremely protective. You are protected. This is an energy that's working through your ancestral line. And but you don't have to suffer, friends. There are ways and tools. There are tools unloading now that will help you to assist you into the new earth. I'm one of those people. I give medicines that help alleviate your shadow bugs, and in this case, bees. And because when you go to the new earth, you're going without shadow. Okay, that's the split that we have. So I do have a sense, and I was feeling this actually earlier when I was saying you're out in nature. Okay, we've got hawks, we got lots of messages. Look at smoke signals flying in the sky. It's just like I believe that there are actual messages coming in for you. How can you be one with that structure? How can you be in harmony? How can you ask spirit to bring you this message? Be attuned and keep your, the deer in this particular one that you chose is front and center. Keep centered, keep your eye on the prize, and really, if you can, it's all about staying focused and not losing it. Okay, if possible, and it's just like I keep reiterating that because it's not really fun. I mean, we all have breakdown moments, and they serve purpose. There's no judgment, but we can have the same thing without the full teardown. Okay, when we anticipate a tower about to fall, it's a lot different than not knowing that it's going to fall. And that's why your spirit team brought you here, so that you can anticipate this. Okay, so that you can anticipate this. And look at this right here. This is an ending of a cycle for you. This is a new beginning. Look at the deer is here. The deer is here. The stag. This is actually a feminine energy. The stag has antlers here, but it's just like this is an alignment for you. I love it. Look at these trees. This is all meant for you. Thank you for bringing this in. This is a solar power activation, and for you, this is helping to restore your power source. Okay, because these bees, what they do is they create a buzz, a hum. And what that does is it keeps you from picking up on some of the nuances. Nuances is very particular. You're very sensitive. And it's like you're aware, but you're aware. And I don't want to say but, I want to say and. I have a sense that you're going to notice an expansion in this category. So you're really going to see where the sensitivity is taking you, okay? To get into that harmony, we're going to have to, we've got some obstacles here. And I do feel that, okay? I feel that. But as I see this dandelion, as I see this alchemy, and knowing that there is alchemy here for you, okay? There's an alchemy here for you. Yes, it's like this boar is on the path, but look at, we can capture some alchemy in our connection, expansion our connection. We can get this dandelion, which is all about this like sun, moon, power energies and very solar related. And what your wounding has to do with, friends, is it has to do with the wounding of, is this you guys? The wounding of the sun? No, that's a different one. Okay, I don't want to get ahead of myself. But this boar energy is a really stubborn energy. It's very rigid, okay? That rigid neck, that rigidness in your throat chakra. And this is why we want to get you rooted. We want to have this expansion so that you can really settle into that root chakra so that you can step into that teacher role and pay it forward. Okay, this just feels so aligned to me. This is the harmony for you. Okay, this is the harmony. I am kind of feeling that with that rigidity, really kind of taking care of your neck. Okay, I am feeling like this pain in the neck. So really kind of focusing on stretches. How about adding some tea and honey? So the throat is affected. Some of you might get sore throats. Some of you may lose your voice. Okay, so there's lots of different things here because there's a definite correlation between your root chakra and your throat chakra. And this is for sure influenced by your ancestry, because many times in your ancestry, people were unable, that loss of connection happened, that shadow energy occurred in moments of trauma, like like it's coming up, burning at the stake, being stoned, being persecuted. And so this is a new development for your ancestry, something they've been waiting lifetimes for, really. And here we are again. Wow. Second time the wolf has shown its face, and we're just doing the pre-shuffle. And the position that this is coming in is, remember your sacred structure. Remember all the things that you have learned on your journey, and how can we go through this time. I feel that this is a very pivotal time for you, to be honest. I do feel it. How can you align with that sacred structure? How can you join me on the 24th for the Amethyst and Rose, so that we can alleviate these snow bees? You can find your tandem. And when you see this wolf, some of you feel like the loners, and there's actually a whole group out there waiting to connect with you. So it's all about putting yourself out there. And some of you, it's not even about that. Some of you, there's another story coming in, also the lone wolf, but this is because you're creating your own posse. You're creating your own structure, okay? And so this is just coming in to have unconditional love, allow things to unfold, And, 22 with that wolf and coming up twice, it's just double confirmation that you're meant to collaborate. You're meant to collaborate with another root worker. And so again, ding, ding, ding. I just go in and find out, is Amethyst and Rose, is this meditation for me? I just know it is. I just know it is. Okay, so trust your instincts. And look at that. The swan comes up again. And this time it's coming up, because what I'm doing is I'm kind of shuffling through this energy. We're kind of going through the chakras. And this is talking about that ring in the neck. So we just talked about collaborating with another root chakra or another root worker on a sacred structure. And then look at this. We go backwards and we can undo. So then it's like we balance, we get the 22 and we follow the step to go into balance. We collaborate with the 1. We really go through those mantras that I was sharing with you. Okay? Remember, we were sharing, and I want to reiterate them, because you are so powerful. And the words and how you speak to yourself not only makes a difference for you, friends, but it makes a difference for everyone around you. Okay, so I want to repeat that again. These are some of the mantras coming in, and the recoding, this expansion in our throat chakra. Okay, I am free to expand into something new. I am deserving of love without expectation. My heart has no price tag. This energy we're talking about is Babylonian energy, slave energy, women, a feminine exploited energy. Okay, it's been carried. It's been carried for generations, and there's a reason that this energy was exploited, and this is where that teacher comes in. Okay, so this shadow energy is really just keeping apart another dimension, if you will, of yourself, out of touch. Okay, so what's the magic? What's the sweet spot? This is all about freedom for you. This is about healing. I don't know why I keep saying the wounds of the sun. So there must be, you must have, yeah, that's pile number 3. So if this keeps coming up, okay, then you also want to check out pile number 3, okay? And so, but the horse here, and I love that it's the white horse, because white is the color of wisdom. This is a shadow energy. You're stepping into that alchemy of that crown. You're getting across that rigidness. We're having this huge expansion. And what we're doing is we're not only stepping into freedom, okay, but we're also stepping into this wisdom. And this is rooted in for you. This is something that no one can take from you. Okay? No one can take this from you. So let's go ahead. We're going to read card number 3 here. We're going to take a look at this journey. Okay? We're doing this map of a crown, and you've already been working on it. Okay? So the first 2 steps are going to tell us as we develop this crown, which is, like this. So it's some mountains, and then and then this traverse. This is, it looks like it, but it looks like a crown. But you can also look at it as mountains. And I love, love, love that this is double confirmation. This is an ending and a brand new beginning for you. This is an alignment. Look at this ring around the collar. We're really dealing with this. We're stepping into something new. Are you ready to take action? Are you ready to see where Spirit is guiding you? Let's go. Okay, let's go. Where have we been? It looks like you've been in observation mode. Okay, this is a barn owl. So what I love about that, and there's all kinds of trinkets here. Now, this particular owl, especially if you catch this now, okay, I really was saying this earlier, you notice things, okay? And so there's like these gems, these amulets. There's a healing to be grabbed here for you. There's like this skeleton in the closet, okay? How can we be perched? How can we observe? And look at this. Until we see, now we are kind of stepping into a full moon energy here, but what this energy is more about for you, it's about this enlightenment. Okay, and this enlightenment, and I love the vines. The vines are speaking to me as well, because these vines are kind of reminding me, I'm feeling the heat as I'm talking about this. Vines are perfect. Like if you have a home and you have vines growing, they look so pretty. But what you're not noticing is that it attaches to the mortar. And what it does is it messes with the foundation. So we're here to keep these vines in check, right? We're going to clean up these vines so that they don't break the foundation. And as we do, we're going to discover these little trinkets along the way. It's really all about observing, okay? This is a big thing for you. And this is also coming in. This is something that is cyclical. How can you take a few minutes, a few moments? If you journal, how can you look back at your journals of last year, January through May, and I want you to actually compare it to the experiences that you've been having December through May this year. Think back in previous years, because this is something that keeps cycling. And why are we in this energy? What is this solar plexus all about? It's about taking it's about taking action to the wounding. The shadow bugs I talk about are woundings from the cosmos. So they're embedded in each of us, and we don't have all of them. So that's why this is for your pile. But I am getting a shadow bug of the bee energy. There's a buzz, and that buzz is keeping you from receiving messages clearly. It's keeping you, if you're a feeler, feeling things clearly. It's definitely interfering in your connection. All right, so that's the owl. How can we you've been taking it by number 26, okay? It's like, oh my gosh, just look at this card for a moment. Because there's a lot of charge here, and that's what the bull does. The bull, is the only animal that runs into the force of the tornado. And so you've been feeling these energies. We're on that first peak. You've actually this will probably resonate, because this is where you've been. You've been observing your behavior. You're learning a lot about how you do in times of unpredictableness. Okay? And I feel that this pattern is repeated. And if you look back, and that's what the owl is telling us, look back, because you have had growth. At one time, you may have just run in the opposite direction. Then that's not the case now. Okay, you have the wisdom and the bravery and the confidence to step into this really complex energy. Okay, but it's time to take the bull by the horns and move into the next step. It's time for you to capture this abundance. It's time for you to be in this authentic makeup. And so that's why Spirit wants to tell you this is the energy of where you are. Okay, the hair. Now, I did an oracle of the hair not too long ago. So I'm not sure if that's for you, but this energy, it really speaks about, first of all, the very first thing that's coming in. Okay, I wanted you to notice the moon. Here we have the full moon. Now we have a new moon. This is a new, where are you? In a new cycle. Okay, you're now in a new foundation. And what I love about this hair is this hair feels more elevated. You've got all this white in your reading with this wisdom coming in. I do feel like there's a lot of clarity, a lot of wisdom coming in, but this comes with a warning not to box yourself, not to get in your own way, because look at the alchemy is right in front of you. And this is what Spirit wants you to know where you are. And there is alchemy here in your reading. Okay? What is this alchemy about? This alchemy is all about, okay, we'll go there in a moment because I don't want to read too much. We'll read this first and then we'll read that. Okay. So the hair, let me find it real quick. I had started labeling some of these cards, but not all of them. So bear with me because this one's a little bit different oracle than some others. What I do love about this most is this particular oracle, the Druid Oracle, is a connection for all of you in the European. So we are really touching into these European roots, okay? And the animal wisdom in the Druid ancestry has a different connection than we have in our Western society. So this is the information that wants to come through. What are we talking about here? Spirit wants to know the key words here: intuition, balance, and rebirth. They call the hair Ge'er. Ge'er, I hope I'm saying that right, is a creature to the goddess, the moon and the night, and yet it also represents the dawn, brightness, and the east, a new beginning. It is most adept of animals at shape shifting. We can never be sure exactly where the hair is, in this or in the other world. It represents intuition, which makes things appear suddenly in our consciousness, like the lapwing eggs of spring that magically appear in the hare's form or nest, as a representative of corn spirit and the two equinoxes. The hare brings the excitement of rebirth, fertile abundance, and a willing release as each creature's cycle comes to an end. With the hare as your ally, you will be well able to negotiate times of change, and you will be able to draw on your intuition to guide you through life. And what I love about this so much, this is where you are. I've mentioned third time, Amethyst and Rose, April 24th, 3 p.m. Central Standard Time. Yours truly, $33 to claim the alchemy. And what does amethyst do? I told you it detoxifies at the root so that you can expand your connection. We literally have the colors red and black here. This is a shadow that wants to be alchemized. And when a shadow alchemizes, it turns into different colors. And specifically for you, it's the magic, because you're getting the colors yellow. Well, more than that, you're getting all the colors: yellow, white, red, power, connection, wisdom, blue, authenticity, purple, this like queendom energy, okay? So this is actually a really huge healing for you, all right? What's to come? What's to come? Now, this part of the map had like a Nike, okay? And I was getting for you guys to mention, hold on, let me pull this. I can't read all the way over here. I was getting to mention that this Nike is a setup for Mercury retrograde because it's during a retrograde that gives you the most resource to heal an energy related to that retrograde. Okay, so I was getting that this is setting you up for this healing. I was telling you about those snow bees like they shared in the Snow Queen. This is the time for you to actually eliminate that buzz so that you can expand and grab more communication wise during Mercury retrograde. Okay, so what is this alchemy specifically related to you? We've got a couple messages from Spirit, and this is from the Earth. So the Earth wants you to know you don't, oh, a song came in for you. You don't need to be coy, Roy. Okay, have you heard that song? You don't need to be coy, Roy. Dun 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 dun. 50 ways to leave your lover. Remember, I told you there's this third energy. This is because that you've had a shadow that's basically kind of turned into like a demon energy, and it's interfering to your own connection within you. Okay, is really what's happening. Now, I was led to the Miley Cyrus version. You might want to check that out. But it was, and I have to tell you, all these messages were received at several at different times. It is not ironic, but she was wearing a white suit with roses. No joke. No joke. So I was getting to share that rose and amethyst with you before Spirit told me to set that up at May 24th. This is a shift brought in by Spirit to detoxify your divine feminine. I channeled for you wrong night, wrong fight. Something within wants to keep you isolated. How can you follow the emotion and let it go? The path of how you are magic. You can be anything that you desire. So we got music coming in. How can we pay attention to music? This particular song, you want to be the Roy song, okay? Talks about how you make a clean break with focus on what's leaving, not the emotional turmoil. So here we go. Reiterating what I shared with you. We're not going to build on what's vanished. We're going to build on what endures. And what endures more than anything is your connection. And what endures is a reclamation of your power source. There's an expansion here, and it affects you in such a big way. Okay, I really cannot. Spirit is letting you know. This helps you step into this authenticity. This is an evolutionary change for you. Align your design, and you will find the treasure which against you measure. So let's look at the messages for this ending, this new alignment, okay? I love how this is lining up for you. Number 18. Okay, we're coming into this clarity. We've got the crane. It's like we got one foot in that motion, and look at, we've got this full moon again. So here, this is just showing the duration of one whole complete. So this is just showing this has been going on for a while. Okay, this has been going on for a while. So there's this enlightenment coming for you. This is a cycle, and I was encouraging you to look backwards. Okay, I really was, and really seeing, is this related to part of my journey already? Because look at how the crane is looking back. Look at how the crane is looking back, and we're not moving, we're just observing. And look at how still these emotions are. Look at how still the water is. But also notice, just by placing our foot in the water, by allowing ourselves to go into that emotion, it causes that ripple effect. It causes an effect in that, and because That's what we've aligned to collectively. When the planets are all aligning, the planet parade was all aligning. What's happening is there's an alignment within us, and because we're connected to the cosmos, and it's like, okay, where are you at in your healing? And as these planets all align, the wounding kind of all lines up. It's activated, so to speak. Okay? And so what we're doing here is how can we be one with our abundance? How can we look back and see this cycle? If we know that this is a cycle, December through March, May, if you're not seeing it, I've been seeing it for about 7, 8 years now. Okay. And there's just so much that I'm learning about, like the new cycles. It's not really lined up with our whole yearly plan. And we don't have to go into anything and everything, but we just need to realize for ourselves, there's this expansion when you understand the patterns, okay? And that's why I'm seeing this moon come up. It's talking to you. And there's that earth dragon again coming up, okay? And, I just kind of have this rule. We were only supposed to read number 5, but Spirit, when we see things pop up more than once, we've got to share a little bit about it, especially since a lot of you are not familiar with this particular oracle. In fact, we haven't even used it that often. But this earth dragon really talks about this root worker connection. And here we are. It's like as we're going through our map, okay, it's like I'm going to bring it down here. We're building that crown. Here we start. We go up. We feel our first obstacle you've already gone through. You went in confidently as the bull, and it's like here we came down for that hare, and we're going back up for this new obstacle. We're climbing this new mountain. So having reflection, looking back, really kind of looking into that emotion and getting enlightenment. What am I supposed to learn here is really going to take you into a new pathway. And then here we come down into this earth dragon energy. And what we're talking about here is power, potential, riches, okay? This brings you face to face with your potential. So this is all about really aligning your spark, not with will, but with unconditional love, knowing that you are a collaboration in a portion of the earth and of spirit as you are one of all. And this is your divine, I'm hearing royalty. It's your divine royalty. And I love that. Royalties. Do some of you do music? Do some of you write songs? Have you thought of doing that? Because I'm getting royalties, and that really has a lot to do with music, okay? When it comes to riches. And we are talking about a treasure chest of riches here, which we can learn how to use. In the past, we may have denied access by the guardian of this treasure, okay? This treasure has been guarded. It's been saved for you. Like we said, we're expanding this power source. We're reclaiming this part of ourself. It's a deepening, okay? It's a deepening. And this is this alchemy, this gold. Remember, we saw that boar head. We're releasing this rigidity, stepping into this authenticity, okay? By coming to know and love the earth dragon, we're able to unlock the secrets of our heart, to really find that harmony. The siren is an energy that distracts us. It leads us into places and spaces that keep us from alchemizing. Why? Because it's based on fear. It's based on illusion and delusion. It's a part of ourselves that's afraid. It's a part of ourselves that's afraid. But you have the potential here. And this is a great time to really cash in on this alchemy. At the same time, we find ourselves discovering the beauty and the power that lies within the hearts of those around us and in the very earth itself. And that just reiterates what I was trying to say. I feel the earth rewards you. I feel when you see, like, it could be a cardinal. I do feel a lot of you have a lot of love for hawks. Excuse me. Eagles, owls, which is so interesting because those are all birds of prey. And are you potentially, my friend, a bird of prey? Are you meant to prey and and instead of you being hunted, are you meant to hunt the shadow? Are you meant to find the shadow and bring it to alchemy? I say yes. I say yes because you have messages related to this alchemy. Okay? And that message is I shared it with you already. I'm sorry, I didn't think I shared it. That was that song. You don't have to be coy, Roy, right? We already shared that. Okay. So that was all about your alchemy. So our sixth card here. How can we, as we go in for that third challenge, look at this, 3 challenges, 3 gifts going to bounce back. This really expands. Oh, wow. We've got that fire dragon. Like, just feel this energy, right? Just feel this energy and look at where it's all at. I mean, I can't help it, but it's throughout this whole, like this serpent, this fire serpent, but it's really highlighting really the whole facial structure, the neck, that rigidity. This is where we hold a lot of pockets of anger, a lot of pockets of, um, you know, jealousy, a lot of pockets of insecurity. And so it's not a surprise that when we, when we get emotional and the tears come, that we unlock that, but we also can feel like a swelling of those areas. Okay. But those areas want to be released. There's definitely, look at this alchemy is just waiting for you. Okay. It's just waiting for you. But notice this is sitting on this, is it a rock? It's sitting on this ledge. And the message again is this is a very strong energy. It elicits something within you. And look at Spirit brought you here to let you know no matter what happens, it's here to bring you into balance. Okay? It's here to bring you into balance. It's here to really kind of balance and clarity and bring you clarity. But there is a special note here. Stay grounded. Don't get stuck in the mental. This is all about the emotional body. This is all about your divine feminine. So we really want to keep, it's more about our intuition. It's more about the feels. We don't have to take the action. It's okay if we do, but this comes up as a warning. We don't have to go through the painful experience of like this explosive energy that comes through. Please be kind to yourself. You've been led here so that you can recognize that this is happening. And I really wish I would have been led before that happened to me. I'm fine. But it was painful. It was really painful. And it was necessary. It was necessary. Sometimes things have to come up. Sometimes we have to light the whole damn thing on fire so that we can rebuild. We can rebuild with the right structure, okay? And that is just coming in over and over and over. You're not, there's this good energy. Your flock is waiting for you. This is a victory for you. This is a victory for you. How can you just collaborate? What's good for the goose is good for the gander. So it's just like you don't have to reinvent the wheel. This already exists. The amethyst and rose healing already exists. It's already here for you to overcome this wounding, this ugly duckling wounding, not feeling like you fit in the flock, not feeling like you have your posse, not feeling grounded, not feeling above the emotions. And this is all laying here for you. And look at, see this blackberry? It's time for this to turn into fruit. There's time for this abundance. Okay? So one final message, pile number 1. It's time to find the place and the space where you feel safe. Bugs Bunny said, "What's up, dog?" Now I know he says, "What's up, Doc?" But in your case, "What's up, dog?" And that's because you're very loyal. okay? And don't allow whatever's coming up to change who you are. That's the delusion of this energy. It's trying to throw you off course. Please listen to your heart. Please listen to your heart. This is like kind of like a Grinch thing, okay? It's going to hit you like a V8. Ooh, I love that. Like a V8. But Bugs Bunny, what's up, dog? As Elmer says, it's deer hunting season. So, my final message to you, my beautiful Manchurian elks, my beautiful Ursuri mooses, you know, it's not about where you've been, it's about where you're going. And this is about you flipping the script and not being hunted, but you hunting down that shadow so that you can expand and live in the sun. Oh, it just feels so beautiful. Thank you for being here. I hope that resonated with you. Don't even see the clock here. That's so weird. Okay, I guess I'm going to have to come back into this for the clock. But we're going to head into, I haven't gone live for a minute, but yeah, I'm not seeing the clock. So I'll timestamp when we come back to it. Beautiful ending for you, pile number 1. All right, pile number 2. Let's keep moving. And as we go through the piles, we get a little bit more complicated, okay? So for pile number 2, we have 2 different types of oracle coming in for you. So bear with me as I work through this. First of all, we have another feminine energy here. And where we're at. This particular feminine energy, though, has antlers. You guys are the caribou. You're from the Arctic tundra. You're the only feminine deer, the stags, right? You're the only feminine energy, the only feminine deer that have antlers. Now, I was told that, okay, so here we go. This feminine deer that you've just lost, some of you felt like you lost connection, but really I was getting you're expanding your connection and you actually have some new guides. So you're being taught something right now. So that's coming in to confirm that you're working with a new guide. We've got the colors yellow and green. I was getting that what we're working on with your particular group, we're going collectively through that solar plexus activation. But for you, this is all about aligning to harmony. That's how you reconnect your power source. I was getting the rings of fire. I was definitely getting some nods to this Avalon energy, this kind of like witchy. There is a connection to pile number 1. So those of you that chose pile number 1, there's a bonus message here for you in pile number 2. So if you chose 1 and 2, bonus message, listen up. There's a portal closing on the Egyptian timeline that creates a new activation that leads you into this energy. Okay? I'm getting that you just birthed something new, and these antlers help you to feed this new baby. Okay, so it's like you've got something new, and Spirit is actually assisting you through your connection to really feed that young and expand and grow that young deer. Okay, if for some of you this is a person, it could be your kids, it could be a mentorship, but a lot of you it feels like a project. Okay, it feels like a project, a class. This feels like something, a new development in something that you've already previously kind of worked in, but it's a new focus. Okay, so like for me, is this energy for me, Spirit? I'm asking in the moment because I've been working with these attunements for years. And it's like, I thought it was for this and I thought it was for that. And it's like, I've been learning there's different things, but really my purpose is coming in on these shadow bugs. Okay. So pile number 2, if you're guided, if you get a buzz, if you go within and ask, I'm doing an amethyst and rose activation. And what that does is it detoxifies and helps your emotional body, helps your connection to your intuition. And this is actually going to set you up as we go into Mercury retrograde. Okay. Oh, hold on. So dry. But anywho, I'm sorry, I lost my train of thought there. May 24th, 3 o'clock Central Standard Time. I will post about it. It's $33, and it's just a huge healing. So if you feel guided, please come in for that. We have alchemy coming into your pile. At all the piles, we have this like solar activation, and we're claiming the gold. Okay, we're claiming the gold. So let's get into your channeled messages. All right. First message. Number 3. Hold on. I'm trying to find number 3. Oh, okay. When I went into your energy, I could feel a divine feminine wounding, and it was deep and complex. Then I could feel this heart awakening to take you on a journey to take your power back and be authentically you. This allows you to rise above the ruckus and ridiculous, is what I heard, which are remaining ants of a previous trauma. And then I wrote down petrified wood and chrysanthemum. So all of this is coming in. That is something that I offer. So you might want to watch if that comes up again. But just the wisdom of petrified wood and chrysanthemum is coming in. It says a lot to do with capturing your clarity, but also a healing for you. Okay. This is also goes with you. When you know what you want to do and where to go, all that has gotten in the way falls to the wayside. Let's repeat it. When you know what to do and where to go, all that has gotten in the way falls to the wayside. Okay, so what are we talking about here? I was getting this Atlantean energy. Okay, I was also getting a connection to this Babylonian exploited energy. I was getting a lot of this like sex slave energy. Okay, and this chaos. I was getting this chaos, and so what was coming in was this picture came in my mind's eye, and so I'm just going to share it with you. This picture came in my mind's eye, and this is what Spirit is doing for you. Do you see here? We've got these rusted like chains, okay, but they're rusted. So this, what we're talking about here, is not necessarily demonic energy, but it is shadow energy. So it's based on the memory. So we're still holding on to the memory, and it's running through your nervous system, and Spirit wants to come in and bringing your authentic experience. And so we have this beautiful bird, and it's Russian sage, and there's a story behind this whole picture. This bird travels through the Ural Mountains. It migrates there. Russian sage is not native, but this bird comes and it brings the seeds and it plants them. And these seeds are planted in, and they help to deal with these rusty chains. Okay? Now, Spirit is bringing in this energy. So we have this really cool energy coming in. And what it's coming in, as you notice, I'm going to the right, righty-tighty. We are actually, Spirit's coming in to tighten your field, just like sage, to do this clearing of this memory of this imprisonment. And in particular, I was getting this Babylonian energy, okay? Almost like, and when I say that, baby lion, like this lion energy. Think of like the story of like in the paw, and it's like all you focus on is this wound in the paw, and it just keeps everything irritable. So Spirit is bringing in this healing for you, okay? What's emerging is what we're going to talk about. So as this healing comes in, righty-tighty from Spirit, is what's going to emerge. And then we have the story of alchemy for you, but we're just going to take it one step at a time. Let's talk about this change. You know, how do you step into your authenticity here? Is we have a change in vision, and this all happens because spirit rushes in this new energy. So let's take a look at it. Where are we starting? We're talking about this emergence, this fast moving energy, right? I love this. We're talking about your legacy. Look at those planting seeds. I can't make this up. Oh my God. Spirit is planting seeds that affect your legacy, literally. And that's the story. These original chains were the slaves who went through the mountains of Siberia. Okay. And here we are in the Arctic tundra. The deer, the reflection, the wisdom of this energy, which is just so amazing. And spirit is planting seeds so that we can dissolve these energies that actually still run in a way to make you feel captive. Okay. And so that's why we're letting you know that this is an ending for you. This is a change in where you're going, which is really great because this is bringing in something more authentic without that running, okay? So I can't even make this up. This is such a connection to pile number 1. So this is, I believe, coming in just to confirm if you got pile number 1, that you're going to see synchronicities with stories. The ugly duckling is one that's coming in specifically as I'm getting Mother Goose vibes in both piles. Okay, so I love that. And look at that synchronicity related to that. So stories coming in, things really resonating. You know, to me, it feels like stories, but these don't have to necessarily be like written stories. They can be movies. They can be reels on Facebook, okay? But there is a story that's coming in, and it's talking about this ending of persecution for you. And as this energy comes in, look at this is the energy coming in. See, it's moving to the right, righty tighty. And as spirit tightens up your energetic field, it releases all that is no longer necessary. So then we have this unmanifested energy. So we have this mess up of your energy, and we make space for something new to come in. And that affects your legacy. That affects what you leave here, okay? And I love that because some of you are writers, and that's your legacy. That's what you're leaving behind, your written word, okay? For some of you, did I mention Amethyst and Rose, May 24th, 3 o'clock Central Standard Time, $33. There's the rose, there's this an expansion, there's this toxicity removal, okay? We're really focused on the petals of the rose. We're not necessarily being shown the thorns, which are something that you've overcome, okay? So what we're talking about here, especially if you had pile 1 and 2, we're not focused on the obstacles, like we're not focused on what the actual toxic energy was. What we're focusing on is what's coming. Look at the center. What's coming to the light, okay? What's coming to the light? What's staying connected? How is this, like, this is just such a beautiful energy in the center. It just feels like it's being held and surrounded, and that rose, and just nestled in that rose, just nestled in the center of that rose, not feeling that toxic energy, just really focusing on letting things unfold. That's the word I was looking for. I was looking for a word. Here we go. Feminine, turkey. This is a healing for you, okay? And every challenge, this, and I really feel that all who get number 1 are going to get number 2. Okay, so if you didn't choose number one, you might want to look back. Was that for me? Because I feel like pile number one talks about the toxic, the challenge, and pile number two is talking about the gift. Okay, about the gift here, about the seeds that grow into the harvest time. This is an energy, remember, over the next 3 weeks is what we're talking here, but this is lining you up for a very productive farming season is what I'm getting here. Are you a planter? Do you plant things? Are you doing a garden? Or have you been, this is like you've been planting seeds and not just literally. You've been planting seeds about projects. So this is something really near and dear to you, something that you've been working on. There's that storyteller again. Okay, there's that storyteller. Maybe you're aligning to some oracle. I'm also getting there could be more oracle for you. You might want to go through the folders and see what catches your eye. Use your pendulum. Is there an oracle that I should listen to? Which folder should I go into? If you ask spirit questions, they'll lead you right to it. They'll lead you right to it. It's all about knowing the questions to ask. So how do we get into this harmony? How do we claim this gift? We got to let go. You've got to let go. Okay, look at all this unmanifest. The grasshopper cannot play his song by holding on to this leaf because look at his legs. He plays his music, right? His soul song with his legs. And it's like there's this energy of holding on. And the more you hold on, it's like the more that illusionary, and that's what I feel, that illusionary energy really kind of takes hold. This Atlantean energy, this is a foundational energy, and it's very similar. We've been talking about seeds. In a lot of ways, this is you as the seed pushing through the darkness, realizing the connections you have and knowing that this is foundational and everything that's built upon it is affected. Okay? Everything built upon it is affected. So how can we get into this harmony? How can we let go? How can we let go? And not only let go, but I'm also feeling, how can we let go and allow the healing, allow the stages of this healing? Because look at, just as we showed you here, just as the ladybug is showing you, the energy is very similar. It's like this energy is coming in. Okay? And I said righty-tighty, but it's actually lefty-loosey. So forgive me. We're losing something, which is kind of the same if you think about it. But we're tightening up our energetic field by losing something that's not authentic to us. And so this is a healing. This is a very fortunate time for you. There's a lot of luck. This is your blessing. Okay? So but it's coming. And it's over these next 3 weeks. So pay attention. Allow yourself to be guided. Things are coming in to really confirm that this is for you, to confirm that this is happening. But you've got to have, you almost need to almost want to keep your heart open is what I'm getting. And really be trusting. Really be trusting. Really be trusting. Doing that inner listening, observing, hearing, challenging yourself, okay? Not allowing yourself to be caught in your thoughts though. So it's, yes, we want to listen, but we want to make sure that we're listening to things that resonate and things that we don't resonate. My friends, send that energy away. You are powerful. You are powerful. All you have to do is say, I see you, I acknowledge you, leave now, go now in peace, do not return again. It really is that easy for some of you. If you need a helping hand, you know who to call. Okay? If you need a helping hand, you know who to call. This is part of your cycle. This is part of your evolution. Okay? This is about you becoming you and reclaiming your power. Okay, so let's go ahead and look at that. Oh, we're supposed to read a couple cards here. Okay, darn it. So, oh, we haven't done the cards yet. Fine. So this is all about your. We talked about your legacy, but this is about not only your legacy. It imprints and it affects your ancestry. Okay, those who come before you and those who went before. So it's like you're leaving this blueprint behind, this legacy behind in healing this energy. It's time. It's time for this energy to leave. Yeah. And it's time for you to align with this self-love, this self-connection. This is what's authentic. You see this picture? This is what's authentic. Okay? This staying above the emotions, but allowing yourself to have unconditional love, to ride the emotions, to help you discover, okay? Because you're not meant to be in this head, friends. Pile number 2, get out of your head, get into your heart. Allow the emotion to lead you. Don't be afraid to be emotional. Allow it to lead you. And as you have this connection, so allow it to lead you and really focus on your connection with spirit and with your new guides and let them teach you about this beautiful heart-centered energy, okay, that allows you to step into your most authentic self. And that's what this solar plexus, that's about what this activation is about for all of us. It's really our power source connection. And remember, for you, this has a lot to do with being in harmony. Okay, being in harmony. This is just so perfect because those of you who know a little story, this is actually an oracle designed by a friend of mine that I did a class with called Prosperity. And this was the very first animal wisdom I ever received in this prosperity class. And this is really a beautiful imagery of what's called the balsamic moon. Now, the balsamic moon is the 3 days before a new moon. And I'm mentioning this with purpose because this is a time of self-expression. This is a time to capture this healing. So watch the balsamic moon. If you're not really aware of timing, okay, or just to confirm that if you're being guided for something during that phase of the moon, that is actually the best time for a healing, okay, is what's called the balsamic. I think it's before the new moon, or is it before the full moon? Now I'm going to ask Archangel Michael. Real quick. Is the balsamic moon before the full moon? It's before the new moon. Yeah. So before we start this new cycle, you can capture this healing, which can alleviate some of the baggage we bring in. And that's what I'm getting here from this energy, okay? That's what I'm getting here for this energy. So let's go ahead and talk about what is this change in vision. 2, 4, 6 are the cards we're going to read. We're going to do 7 cards. But 2, 4, 6, 8, who do we appreciate? You. How can you be your biggest cheerleader? This is really coming in. Some mantras for you. I am fine. I am resilient. I am kind. I am fun and spectacular. Say it all together. I am fine. I'm resilient. I am kind. I am fun and spectacular. I am fine. I am resilient. I am kind. I am fun and spectacular. This is coming in so that you realize that this is a change in vision that you have of yourself based on energies that were previously experienced that were really harmful, to be honest. Okay? So, what are we doing? What is this energy we're moving into? We're emerged. We're integrating. We're going through this breakthrough energy. Okay, we're not fluttering. We're still kind of like detaching. So when the butterfly comes out of the chrysalis, there's this energy that's this mesh between the two. So we're still kind of like undoing the bindings, like undoing. I'm getting like this like I don't know. I don't know what to call it. It's like the sticky stuff, okay? And it's like you're not ready to fly yet, not ready to unfurl. And your team has brought you here because it's really important. It's like everyone's so ready to step into action, but you have to really integrate the energy, embody the energy, and more than anything, you have to have recovery. So as we expand our power source, as we utilize that energy, there's got to be recovery to allow this recharging. So this is really coming in for you guys. Okay, so let's get to it. For real, this is the first card. I love it. I love it. So hold on. I wanted to see if I'm doing any kind of structure with you. I wasn't getting a structure. So, but what we are getting here, we're talking about this Atlantean energy, right? Okay, and this Atlantean energy, and in this first position, we're seeing expansion in this renewal. Look at all this energy between. Remember, you guys are literally this deer. You're literally this deer, the stag, the feminine energy with the horns. And look at everything that's in between that you're receiving. And what's happening here, a lot of what you're receiving is recoding your actual nervous system, which really changes how we react, how we, and you do that by, what I'm trying to say is already naturally happening, but you can embrace this energy and you can really lock in these new tracks by saying, I'm fine. I'm resilient. I am kind. I am fun and spectacular. And I'm getting if you can do this in the rear view mirror and look at yourself like Stuart Smiley, that's even a better blessing. Okay? So this is where we're starting. There's an expansion in your grounding. Notice how this deer is on the ground. Really, over these next 3 weeks, take time to be outside. Take time to ground. Take time to meditate, to breathe. You can ground when you're doing art. Anything that helps you, get out of this. Because look at everything that's happening here. Do you see how we can get lost in that? So there's an expansion happening here. You have a new guide to assist you as well to learn more about this energy, okay? So how does this affect us then? What's the next step? How does this affect us authentically? Because we're starting at that foundation and we're building up. So as we renew and rebirth and find that renewal in that actual Atlantean energy we were talking about, how that affects you moving up is you have this transformation in connection. In connection. Okay, this is connection to people around you. For a lot of you, I'm really getting this connection. It's really interesting to sound, to frequency. And I believe this is your own frequency because I'm kind of getting in my mind's eye, I'm getting that near, 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 near. And as I'm mentioning that, that is kind of the energy of the Babylonian, trying to control, trying to kind of use its snake eyes to keep you. Why am I getting a vision of the Sultan, right? In Aladdin. And it's like, this is what's breaking, is this like delusional energy of something of the past. Because look at those chains are off. They're rusted, friends. But it's the memory of wearing the chains in the first place. It's the memory of that. So as this energy rushes in, as spirit rushes in to really kind of do this cleansing overall, it leads to this transformation in the connection. It changes how you manifest what you pull in. And what's really interesting is I'm getting to share with you that you're going to realize it after the fact. So you're going to have a lot of, and I believe that's why the goose came in. I'm actually getting to kind of tell you that Oracle is coming in at this time to really confirm. Work with your guides. You can actually specifically ask your guides, whose oracle is of my highest good. There, you can get a lot of direction and be very neutral by asking your guides to let you know. I do that a lot, and oh my God, it's always so perfect. Okay, so that way you can streamline the energy, because look at, you already have a ton coming in already. So how can we really kind of filter, stay grounded, and kind of filter through it all? Is this energy I'm getting? Wow, I told you, infinite potential. This is what happens to your spark. This is what happens to your creative spirit. Look at, it's naturally brightening right now. I think that's awesome. But this is literally the picture of prosperity. People meditate with this. Hello, leading you to your highest potential, infinite potential. Okay, a series of different portals. All right, so this is just like something that you can meditate with, but really this is actually coming in because you have an expansion in that intuition. When you release the memory of this traumatic energy, which is really kind of holding, it's like an invisible energy holding your feminine, because your feminine energy thinks she's still chained. She thinks she's still a slave. And it's like, Spirit's like, no, that's just a memory. Okay. I cannot bring this up enough, that this is just a memory. And every year, if you look back, every year, this energy comes up repeatedly. This has a lot to do with the alignment of what your multidimensional self needs on the yearly. There's like this lineup of the planets. There's this activation of these woundings that affect us all. And it's like Spirit is telling you, this is the wounding that's at hand. Okay. And it affects, what's the structure that's most affected is your light body. Now this speaks to me so loudly. Okay. As you're on top of the world. Hey, on top of the world. Oh, interesting. So as you're on top of the world, in that Arctic circle, and it's like the reflection off the snow, everything reflects back into that light body. Can you actually get me to fill that, please? I'm dying of thirst. Please. I drank it all. But the light body is coming in. Look at, the light of the cosmos comes in and it brings balance. There are light codes in the sun. How can you find recovery? It's like you want to know, I'm hearing you. I want to know what actions to take, right? Because there's all this stuff going on, and it's like it's causing a little bit of confusion because it's new. How can you spend some time in the sun and just ground there? Sit on the ground, sit in the sun, close your eyes, and see what melts away. Because a lot of you, especially those that are connected, you're root workers. Remember, there's a huge connection to pile number 2. I think I left it on earlier. Okay. Sorry. So what that means as a root worker, I can't even talk. As a root worker, just doing your walk, just walking on this earth, you are picking up energies. That is part of your mission. And the sun allows those energies to clear. This is very important for you to know, because as you do your walk and you collect these energies, if you don't clear them out of your light body, you start to take on these energies. So one of the first things you can do when you feel anxious, when you feel overwhelmed, you can literally ask your team, do your body pendulum, and ask, are these my energies? Because a lot of times you're collecting all these energies for everybody else. It's like part of your purpose. And your light body, when you go into the sun, it helps clear it. Yeah, that was weird. Sorry, the door just shut out of nowhere. Okay, but your light body, it helps clear that energy, and it changes the frequency of what attracts to you. Okay? Jordan, honey, please. I'm on here.
I'm sorry.
So this is, she's not here. Sorry, my 12-year-old is asking questions. Why mommy's life? Okay, she says sorry. All right, so how can we find, and we're going to read, actually, we're told to read cards. So I forgot about that. Number 2, we're going to read this. And we're going to read number 4. So let's do that real quick. We'll start with this since we were just talking about that, and then we'll read number 2. Sorry. I didn't want to forget what I'm doing here. It's funny, as I'm in this energy, I feel kind of like loopy right now. So I think this is a testament of your energy, and I almost feel like a little drunk, a little, and it's just like there's just a lot going on. It's not. I'm not kidding. It's about discerning. I feel like you were led here so that you can understand this because it feels, because in a lot of ways, for many of you, it feels unnatural, and for some of you, it could actually open up some fear energy, and we don't want to do that. It's just because of the snake energy, you're stepping into places and spaces, you're shedding your skin faster than you're realizing where you're moving. Does that make sense? This is very fast moving energy for you. So let's get more about that snake since we just talked about it. Snake, 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 snake. 114. Okay. So what does the snake want to tell to you? Now, if you love these cards, this is a great oracle to have yourself. And that you can get them on Etsy. This is my friend Joanna. Okay, I'm going to do a shout out for her, Joanna Reed. You can find this oracle on Etsy. She is an art. I have a puzzle by her. I have a Blue Jay print. She's very talented, and we've got to support each other. So a little shout out to her. Now, what we're talking about with the snake, we're talking about transformation, Shakti, creativity, rebirth, healing, letting go, releasing, life force. What have we been talking about? Thank you for confirmation, Spirit. The snake sheds their skin as frequently as every 6 to 8 weeks, continuously birthing themselves anew. In every process of release, they reach a point where their eyes become clouded over, experiencing a temporary loss of the visible world. And what we're talking about here is what you've been doing. You've been having a change in your vision. This is what's been causing a little confusion. For some of you, it's been a little alarming, okay? But I'm glad you found this oracle to let you know you're just shedding through faster than the clarity is coming in, okay? So just be patient. Even still, the snake trusts that when the path ahead isn't clear, her senses and the body wisdom remain intact, okay? And this is on that root chakra. So what I'm telling you, this is what's manifesting. If you're not feeling it, trust it, okay? You can ask your body, and a lot of you should be using, I don't want to say should, but I'm getting some really warm energies that are letting you know that if you want to really blaze through that confusion, because you're kind of drawing, remember, you've got all these different energies coming in, and it's like, because you're shedding and expanding at such a rate, it's like you're not really sure what you're connecting to, is what I'm getting here, okay? But you can use your body as a pendulum. You can ask your body, tell me what a yes feels like. Tell me what a no feels like. I'm really working on that energy myself so that you can really not only, a pendulum is fine. I use a pendulum too, but some of you attract your light because of your light body, because of what you do. Remember, you attract energies. You pick up energies to transmute. That's naturally what you do. So it's easy to get caught up in them and think that they're yours. And you're here to learn that they're not. Okay? That they're not. Trust your instincts. Trust your senses. She trusts her inner knowing and realizes, because you're root workers, you're knowers. You don't need to trust what you see, okay? You don't need, and you may not even want to trust what you see right now, all right? Because I was telling you, this is a foundation. This is this is your connection to the earth, the foundation of your energetic system. So when this is off, everything is off above it. Everything. All right? So trust your knowing. Knowers, your power is in your root chakra. Those of you who are seers, that is in your third eye. We have a change in this vision happening, but what you see may not be correlating to the truth because what is askew. Okay? I hope that makes sense. Let's get back to the snake. I'm sorry, interrupting, but it's coming in. Okay, wrong page. She trusts her inner knowing and realizes she does not need to know all the moves ahead in order to make the next move and then the next. How can you make the next best choice? If you've been feeling as though life has become clouded over, you could be experiencing a similar stage of shedding and rebirth. Trust your body wisdom and pay close attention to all the senses. As snake sheds the old to reveal the new, we shed false thinking patterns to reveal the truth of our empowerment, allowing our bodies and minds to sense, feel, and know the truth by heart. Snake's slithering movements allude to how making time to move, dance, play, and create what feels joyous and inspiring without needing to analyze is one of the most courageous and powerful ways to stay grounded and lighthearted within times of not knowing, while at the same time opening our field to a greater capacity for receiving. And I believe that we went out of our way to show you that because some of you are artistic. Some of you do. I know I doodle. This is like the biggest thing. Our food truck has been closed for 4 months. It has been stress zone valley over here. We just reopened it. Now we have a new stress. Okay, so I get it. Things are changing at a very fast pace. But something that's kept me out of here and kept me here is just really embracing art. And you can just do tutorials. They're everywhere, friends. Everywhere. Okay? So that was just so spot on to everything that we're getting here for your particular blueprints, your dear blueprint. We also want to talk about your light body. So 84. Dun, dun, dun. This is the action that's coming up for you. Really using that solar energy. Nikola Tesla shared, if you want to find the secrets of the universe, think in terms of energy, frequency, and vibration. Everything is energy. The veil between our five sensory physical reality and the responsive realm of that which is not seen but felt is becoming more and more accepted with scientific fields and whether or not we're aware of it. We're engaging with fields of energy in our daily living. The Heart Math Institute discovered that there is an invisible magnetic field produced by the heart. It is more than 100 times greater in strength. See that field around them? Than the fields generated by the brain, creating a field that can be detected up to 3 feet away from the body in all directions. So Spirit is saying that your field can be expanded by getting out of your head and getting into your heart. Inspired by ancient yogic teachings and the neuroscience research of Dr. Joe Dispenza and Dr. Sue Morter, this image represents various layers of our energetic expressions or our light body. In essence, it reflects invisible portals into accessing our infinite potential. Contemplate the infinite vastness of the cosmos, then imagine the light of the soul streaming down through the top of your head into your body, down into the earth, As you breathe in, imagine the earth's energy flowing back up into your body, cascading out the crown. Notice what happens automatically and becomes more felt and vivid with lighthearted practice. So, I have a practice I do every day. That I learned in when I went through my angelic training that I did years ago. Okay, I knew I had some skills and I knew I needed to learn. So I aligned with the Katana Institute. Shout out to Dr. Katana, who is, fighting some lymphoma right now. Shout out to you, Dr. Katana. We're thinking about you. But it's just like, as you're going through, because you are knowers and because of your connection with the root chakra, with the earth, with the manifestation zone of the cosmos, as we see the cosmos all aligned, I mentioned these are patterns that are repeated. This is an alignment. This is your experience of the last 5 months as all the planets have been aligning as the wounding that needs to be done is being highlighted. And this is being highlighted because this is a memory that was so traumatic for your being, and it's time for you to alchemize. It's time for you to step into this alchemy, okay? Pile number 2. And this alchemy I was getting is going to happen in that throat chakra, okay? That's the activation that's going to come in. And definitely picked up on a heart block. I saw an orange and strong, what did I write here? Sorry. I saw orange and starry for you. So this is like, connecting you to the cosmos and allowing yourself to release all that is no longer needed. Okay. So some of these energies that have been making you feel nervous are actually just light coming in, neurological changes as well. So, the action is all about feeling your energy and trusting your intuition and knowing, am I safe? I asked that. I'm not going to lie. I've been through a lot, friends, a lot. And I have to tell you, and that's because I work directly with shadow energy, demonic energy. My team is teaching me about mental illness, what we call mental illness, and how they're related to these shadow bugs. Okay, so definitely complex, dense energies. It's really easy to take them on, right? And especially when we haven't alchemized something within us that kind of tags us to this energy. Okay, so let's keep going. What is this authenticity? How does what we're stepping into, or what we've been through? This is what you've been through, okay, these past 5 months. Now, the harmony is what you're kind of aligning here to, because we're talking about this harmony is this courage and this strength, seeing the colors of you, understanding your connection. And really, for a lot of you, meant it also, as you're shedding your skin, as you're going through this transformation, it's like you're really starting to understand your fierceness. But that can be a double-edged sword. It's very important for the lion, the masculine part of you, to know when it's time to roar and when it's time to just observe. Okay, because the lion expands a lot of energy and he's in charge of the entire pride. And so everything he does has purpose. And here we see the roar, which can be heard from miles and miles and miles away. And this really showing to me how you can send these energies. I was telling you, it's really that easy. You want to get into this harmony, you've got to send these old shadow energies away and allow that denseness to transform into the different colors of you, especially expanding in this blue energy, in your authenticity. I see this wisdom coming to your tongue. I see this alchemy, okay, happening, especially to this masculine part of your energy. Okay, really changing this fierceness. This is like we're emerging, but we still got that sticky stuff. So there's this irritability, okay? But this leads you to the harmony. This helps you to release yourself from what was. And here we have the barred owl again, and I love it because I was like, we got to read this. We saw it, and this is card number 6, inner listening. How can you observe, have unconditional love for yourself, and really observe what's coming in? And what's really grabbing me right away are these, I'm hearing striations. Okay, that's really interesting. Striations. Really understanding these, it's like I see these lines here. I've never noticed them before with this card. Hearing striations, things that are being etched. And I feel like it's a pattern. How can you look at a pattern? How can you observe? And I'm going to be very specific. I actually mentioned this to pile number 1 too. So if you got this pile number 2, I want to reiterate, what patterns are you noticing? If you observe and look back, what patterns have you noticed when it comes to your experience last year, the year before, the year before? Is there anything that's etched, that's being recorded, that really is the same thing? You see this? Okay, it's like the same energy, and it's like it's coming here, and you were brought here so that it can be alchemized. Barred owl, let's see what you have to say. There are 4 owls in this oracle, and you got the barred owl, okay? So we're going to page 22. All right. Man, it's just so dry here. I cannot stop drinking water. It's crazy. Okay, the barred owl. Sometimes there's things that come out and catch you, so I like to hold this up. Inner sight, discernment, protection, sacred knowledge, seeing in the dark. And what did we talk about here? What are we talking about? We're talking about a change in your vision. Seeing in the dark. Named for the bar-like stripes on the feathers, the barred owl is an omen of protection. These mysterious creatures of myth and lore enchant us with their ways. They fly almost silently at speeds of greater than 40 miles per hour, and they can carry prey more than twice their body weight. When clenched, their talons require a force of 28 pounds to open. Wow. You are a warrior. At ease in the darkness of night, owls have many supernatural abilities that point toward the practice of discernment and the inner listening. With 3 eyelids, symbolic of the third eye, they remind us that we too have the ability to discern and know the truth within us, even when it feels like we're navigating in the dark. It can initially be confusing to discern which inner voice is the one of intuition, and where false stories or limited thinking patterns may be playing out. Yet with practice, honesty, and humility, we begin to develop a sense of strength, confidence, and trust in the inner guidance that empowers our soul's truthful, authentic expression. Creating enough space to see the story we're actually telling ourselves about a situation is the first step in the art of discernment, and the owl invites you to become the observer. So what has been lining up for you year after year after year? And how can we use that information to help discern what the woundings are based on memory? And that means that we can just let these go. We can just let this go because it's already been treated. It's just the memory is still there. I hope this makes sense. But we can't break the chains if you still think they're on. You see? Okay. The last card before we get to where you are. This is where you've been going. Okay? You've been going through it, friends. You've been going through it. But Spirit is here to guide you that what's felt so confusing is just all about this new connection. It's all about this new connection. It's all about your journey. It's all about the opening of a new pathway. And this pathway and this journey is taking you to a beautiful place in that mind. But more importantly, what I'm seeing is a beautiful place in this authenticity, becoming your most authentic self, allowing yourself to let go of the will, allowing yourself to release that which no longer serves you. Okay? And to remind you that the view that you get, it's the view of the journey. It's all that you take in. So really take time to smell the roses. It's like this energy is already moving so fast, but it's taking you to new heights. It's increasing your frequency. And friends, that's what we're here to do. So, Knuckles, you're doing it, okay? You've been doing it. You've been doing the steps. You're integrating these steps. And once they're integrated, you can really embody this frequency change. And what does this do? It changes your experience. It changes your experience. So where are you now? This is where you've been. What information do we have for you now? It's been a while, but we got the moon dice coming in, friends. Let's go down here. We're going to do a shake with the moon dice for you to really talk about. These are my moon dice. Let's put them out. 3 dice. We're going to look at what planet is coming up, what sign is coming up, okay? And what's the third one? It's been a while since we've used this. The house, the planetary, and the zodiac. Okay, so let's go ahead and give this a shuffle. This is going to allow us to know where are we at now, and how can this energy give us some enlightenment to capture this alchemy. And before I roll this, hold on, I want to hold tight. Let's hold that. Before I roll that, I just want to make sure, did I give you all their messages? I was getting the throat chakra. I talked about that. I already shared that. Okay, so this is about becoming you. And I don't think I read message number 4. So let's read that message for you. Okay. A song came in for you. It's a new day. It's a new dawn. Michael Bublé, the number 17. One with who you are authentically. And to do so, you got to take the steps. This is an activation. We're talking to some of the gods in this pile. So you have God energy. Portals to close that affect, portals that are closing, they affect your inner child, and it's related to trauma. How can you escape the trauma? Something you got to do for yourself and getting you know. Spirit is asking me to share my experience, which I will. Something that's to be accepted and released. This is painful. It's not easy. You will have to stand up to the pattern because it's not real. It's not, so there's this pattern that's trying to take hold, and it's not real. Okay, it's not yours. And it's trying to take hold, and we are here for you to trust your knowing and trust your discernment so that you can say, this is not mine. Go. This is not my energy, and I will not accept this pain pattern. And that's what was happening to me. There was a pain pattern coming in. And since my awakening, since my breakthrough awakening, because I feel like I've been awakened my whole life. But my breakthrough awakening is what I'm going to call it. In the last 5 to 6 years, I've had a lot of foot pain. In fact, I can kind of feel it right now. And when I first started getting this feet, I'm like, what is this? But I realized that these are energies trying to hold on to me. So this isn't just another message. What is your body saying? What is your body saying? Because some of these pain impulses are actually patterns that are trying to get your discernment for energies that are B to release. Now, of course, I'm a root worker, just like you. You're picking up energies, and some of these energies are like, hey, I like this person, and they don't want to go. Okay, so this is where your spirit team is helping you with really kind of clearing that light body, really kind of clearing this energy, and more than that, expanding the amount of light that you can hold. Okay, so, but this pain pattern, I fought it. It was trying to come in, trying to have me have a hard time walking, and I was like, nope, I'm not going to accept this. And I am sharing this for purpose. As a previous cancer nurse, I know that pain is subjective, but pain actually can give you information, okay? And not all pain is illusionary, right? But it is a neurological stimulus, and most likely it's related to the memory of something else that caused that pain to begin with. So do you see how it's an exploitation of memory? And we can recode it. And remember your recode. I am fine, I am resilient, I am kind, I am fun, and I am spectacular. Focus on those energies and recode those pathways. Because look at all the pathways. I just want to remind you, look at all the pathways that are available to you. There's a lot of pathways. It's up to you to discern and choose the right one. Okay? Did I finish the message here? It's because of the trauma. Okay, I feel like I didn't. This is painful, and you'll have to stand up to this pattern because it's not real. It's because the trauma is meant to be transmuted. This is happening to teach you and prepare you for your role in the new earth. For many of you, this is a recurrent event on many timelines. You can do this. It's part of your evolution. How will you reclaim your power? Okay? So as you step through the energetic blueprints, the multidimensional parts of yourself, this is where, we're aligning your design. Okay? We're eliminating things that no longer need to be held, and Spirit is rushing in to do this for you. So this first part is all about Spirit coming in. What are we doing? What is Spirit coming in to loosen and to remove? Now the moon dice is talking about this healing. It's talking about breaking these chains once and for all, because these chains are holding you captive. Okay? It's trying to set a pattern. So what do the moon dice, what enlightenment wants to come in, okay, for you at this time? All right. We've got the number 8. Okay, we've got, I think that's Virgo energy. Let me make sure. Nope, Scorpio energy. They're so similar. Scorpio energy. So we're talking about transformation, truth, honesty, secret emotions, a need for power. Okay, we're in the 8th house. So the 8th house talks about, it represents death and then transformation. Gosh, can we just get any more clues about our transformation at hand for you? It could mean literal death and birth, as well as occult depths, inheritance, dangers, and money. And remember, the epitome of your reading is a change in vision. And then the planet that is coming in is that Pluto? Hold on, this one. Pluto. And let's be surprised. Ready? Transformation, extreme power, death, rebirth, and evolution. This is an evolutionary change. This is what you came here to do. It's time to release these bindings. This is where you are now. You're in this transformation. You see the peak in the distance. You are so close. Keep trekking. Keep taking the steps. Okay? Keep taking the steps. And as we're talking about, I feel like there's something more. So as we're talking about the planet Pluto, let's get a little information about Pluto. And Pluto just did something. So we have some that, hold on, let's look at that Pluto energy. I just wrote down a bunch of stuff. Yeah, look at this. Pluto just went into retrograde May 6th, literally a few days ago through October 15th. So over these next couple months, as Pluto is in Aquarius, we have a changing of energy and the wounding of Pluto. Okay, the wounding of Pluto, it manifests in your higher heart chakra. Okay, so that's where that wounding of Pluto, and what this does, this wounding, which I am not 100% clear on yet, but I will be learning more about it. The shadow bug is actually birds. So we have these birds coming in, and what I can hear is this chatter. So we have all this chatter, and look at an attack on what's authentic. So this is where you're knowing, and it's really kind of a challenge for you to learn more about your knowing and your discernment. Okay, this is a major transformation for you. I'm so excited that you were led to this energy, and that it's confirming that you're breaking the chains of something in the past, something that's been dragging you down, and it's time for you to allow the birds, and the birds may talk to you, but remember, some of them are going to be in the shadow. Some of them are going to be squawking, leading you astray. So it's really about trusting your knowing. Okay, thank you, pal number 2. I'll timestamp after because for some reason I don't see the clock today. Oh, there it is, 1:56:08. Okay, I was like, really? There's no clock? They moved it. All right, so we're going to move into 1:56:20, pile number 3. Welcome, pile number 3. You guys, hold on as I put these cards away. You guys, we have 3 different pieces of oracle coming in. We've got quite the story to lay down for you. So go ahead and grab a cup of coffee. No, I'm just kidding. But let's go ahead and jump into your oracle. You guys are the female moose, protecting her young. But we also have this male moose energy, and this male moose just lost its antlers, okay? And the female is feeling threatened by this male energy and is stepping in to defend her young. This is the epitome of the energy here. As I was in your energy, I was getting that you had concern about that your connection was lost. Your connection was not lost. It's just that's not the case. You're just evolving. Okay, you're just evolving. I was getting the colors blue and orange. I was getting bear down. Hello, bear country. Go bears. But also this queen energy. Okay, and we're going to be working with the Mahabharata. So we have the Ascended Masters coming in. We've got the crystals coming in. And we also have the medicine of the Native Americans coming in. So this is just really going to be a lot to unpack. So let's start with your channeled messages. What are we talking about here for pile number 3? Where are we going? And we're looking at messages 6 and 7. Okay, sorry, I'm just looking for it. Number 6. Show and tell. When I was in your energy, I was feeling a major root chakra imbalance. Okay, so there's something going on with your connection to your ancestry and how it creates this imbalance to each chakra above. I heard the word askew, which means askew means it's defined as not straight, level, or in the right position, aka crooked, tilted, or lopsided. So this is the epitome of what we're talking about energetically for you. I was getting an intense shadow energy, blood, spirits, sacrifice. I was getting the Mayan timeline. I was getting this as a wounding to the pineal gland. That's the root essence of the wounding here. So it keeps some clarity coming in. It has a lot to do with your emotions, okay? A lot to do with your emotions. And they're exploited by this Mayan energy is on the Mayan timeline. Oh my God, this is the use of blood magic. They believe that blood connected you to source. And so there was a lot of people who were sacrificed. 18 times a year, people would be sacrificed. The estimations are as high as 100,000 souls being sacrificed. So this is a lot of people out there affected in their lineage through this Mayan carrying this imprint of this blood magic, this traumatic experience thrown down the stairs. There's so many ways that the blood was spilled. Okay? So that's where we're going. Then I heard disconnection is one of the greatest losses. Disconnection is one of the greatest losses of our civilization. So as I say that, as we're talking about the ascended masters, the crystals, the medicine, the connection to the indigenous, what secrets are you here to recapture? How is this trauma keeping you from stepping into the clarity, and bringing in not only that clarity, but bringing in that healing? Okay, so this works together, works in tandem when we're talking about the pineal gland. So it is interesting that the Mayan timeline is related to the wounding of Uranus. Okay, and the medicine here is obsidian and willow, and in fact, a lot of Mayan wasn't as bad as like throwing someone down the stairs, but they would use obsidian knives to cut themselves and let the blood come out. And then they would use the willow, right? In the medicinal practices, they were made, well, they were also, would make in different, not this particular civilization, but willow is used to make caskets, and that's what's coming into my mind's eye. I'm getting to show you another picture. Okay, here's the medicine of willow. So there's this transformation happening, okay? And it's all about making this wish. And this is the emperor butterfly, or moth, actually. I believe it's a moth. And this is one of the only, actually, I can't remember, it's the royal butterfly, but what it does is it eats carrion. So it actually transmutes energies that are dead. Okay, so how can we transmute these energies that no longer serve purpose? And in particular, they affect the pineal glands. Okay, and then here is that casket I was showing. So pitchstone is a type of obsidian. So it tears, and this is just so this has a lot to do with like warrior energy, but laying down the tools of war, letting something die within us. So not fighting against that trauma anymore and allowing that release to come in a new way. Okay? So that's what we're talking about here. We're setting the stage. Protecting the young, I told you about that. For you guys, I was getting that collaboration is key. So I'm going to let you know if you feel the buzz, if you feel the notion, I am offering an amethyst and rose meditation on May 24th, Sunday, 3 o'clock Central Standard Time. And it'll be $33. And I'll be posting about that. But I wanted to mention that if you're feeling that, I want you to come to that because we're offering that at this time because amethyst and rose is a very detoxifying energy. So, what's happening for so many, remember, this is the energy, we're talking about the energy that you've been existing in since December, okay? And it's like we have been shifting, we've been moving timelines, there's lots of shifting that's been happening. And so, this medicine wants to come in at this time in particular to detoxify all the things that don't need to grow anymore. Okay? That don't need to grow anymore. So let's go ahead and get started. We're going to be doing the structure here. Okay? So we're going to first talk about this energy that moves to the left, and then an energy that comes into the right, bring it into balance. So first we're going to do the Ascended Masters want to talk about what's leaving your structure. The crystals are going to talk about the energy of what's coming in. And then we're going to talk about the medicine. We have quite a bit of oracle for you. Okay. And I was getting the key for you is to remember collaboration is key and to hold on to the structure of unconditional love. This is what leads you to your abundance. This is, and as we're talking about this solar plexus activation, how does this manifest for you? In a lot of ways, it is the release of will. It is the release of the push, and it is the embrace and the embodiment of the pull. Does that make sense? So we want to release the need to push and sit back and pull. This is the difference between will, push, and pull, unconditional love. Okay, pile number 3. This is coming up so much for you. But let's take some time, first of all, with the Ascended Masters and the crystals. They want to talk about what have you been doing for the last 5 months. So you were brought here to get some clarity about what the heck you've been up to. All right? So let's start with the Mahabharata. We're going to do 4 shuffles, 4 cards. There's been so much movement, fast-moving energies, but these energies are aligned with alchemy, okay? So they're very alchemical in nature. And where we're starting off in the pre-shuffle, we've got this number 31 self-study. So Spirit is really asking you to pay attention. How do you react? How do you use your power? Look at how his eyes are closed. How can we get more in tune with who we are so that we can not only reestablish our power source, but we can actually use it to the best of our ability. Okay, so that's where we're starting here. The Ascended Masters want to talk about all this movement. Okay, this is a victory for you. This is actually an alignment for you. You're turning the wheel. You're changing your experience. Look at how we're crossing over. We're getting above. The fight is what I feel. This has been a long fight for you. It's actually many lifetimes you've been engaged in the fight, and there's just no more to learn from this experience. It's time to lay it to bed. It's time to let it be, to give you more choices, to really sit in the lap of luxury, to have different experiences. This energy has kind of been a squatter. Okay, it's been a squatter, and in fact, the shadow bug of this energy, this Mayan energy, manifests in frogs, deathly frogs. Okay, so those frogs, those dart frogs, no, not dart frogs. Sorry, I learned about this already. Let me turn to my little chart so I can show a little bit about it. So the Mayans, they would worship the frogs. And there was a particular frog that they would worship. And what they would do is it literally had toxic poison around its throat. And they would take this poison and they would inject it into themselves, and then they would journey. Isn't that crazy? Isn't that crazy? Sort of. But yeah, we're talking about this wounding of Uranus, right? And so this cutting away of this energy and really reclaiming that blood, because again, these are traumatic experiences by the Aztecs, the Olmec, the Mayan, the Toltecs, the Zaptecs. This is a civilizations of trauma. Okay, so this is something that we are ready to illuminate, and it was the cane frogs. Okay, so this is the shadow energy of this poison. It's like poisoning our authenticity. It's keeping us from who we are. Okay, it's a collective energy, and it's time to see how it's manifested, so that you can be led into new choices. I mean, you see the difference, right? So here's that masculine energy that's just kind of lost its connection and is not really sure. These are both part of you, by the way. Okay. Actually, I should actually ask about that. Are both these energies within for pile number 3? Okay, I was feeling that. I wanted to confirm. So remember we talked about we have the feminine energy. She's feeling a little unsure about this masculine energy that just lost its antlers. This is within you, both of these energies. Okay, so it's like there's this discombobulation right now. When we have an inspired insight, we receive from source. Our divine energy receives from source. The ability to receive is based on our emotional quality of our emotional body. Is based on the quality of our emotional body. Okay? Then we receive the message and we pass that message off to our divine masculine energy, which is the quality of our mental body, and that's when we take action. So do you see how many things can get in the way, okay, of taking a full inspired action? So this is saying that you're picking up on something, all right? You're giving yourself choices, but you really need to study how you're implementing what you're receiving. This is the biggest message I'm getting. This is where the disconnect is happening for you, okay, in particular. But just trust your intuition. Be one with that unconditional love. Don't force. Remember, it's not about the push, it's about the pull. How can we go within and meditate? How can we be patient? How can we focus on our breath? I am getting a message as I was just doing that myself about some of you in this pile. You do a lot of meditations, and Spirit wants you to step away from those meditations and focus on your breath. Because what's happening, pile number 3, a lot of times when you get into these meditative states that are guided imagery, is that presenter is guiding your experience. And Spirit is saying at this moment, there's something to capture here, is to allow your breath so that you can have and observe and experience that your spirit team is leading. Does that make sense? Does that make sense? Okay, so this is really all about not jumping into action and just seeing what happens, right? This is about having your eyes wide open, going in meditation, grounding yourself, rooting yourself in, allowing patience to come in. This is fast moving energy, but it doesn't mean you have to be fast. You just need to be fierce. Your mission, everything you need, the armor, the protection, is like you are this warrior, but this particular warrior, what's amazing is he's like the top of his class, right? Oh, am I supposed to read any cards for you? Hold on. I might need to read this one. Not this one. Not shuffle 4, but card 4. So this guy, he sacrifices for the better good. But this is part of his mission. This is what spirit led him in. How can we sacrifice these traumatic memories that don't serve us anymore? We don't need to fight against this energy anymore. It wants to be alchemized. It wants the medicine to come in. Okay? So, Ascended Masters, what is this movement all about? It's not only about the alchemy, but it's also about the trickster. Okay? So, as we're discussing the traumatic events that happen on the Mayan timeline, what are those energies and how are they interfering to what's really for you? Okay? So this is like an oxymoron. You've got these energies that are shadow demon energies, okay, based on previous experience, and this is interfering with your alchemy. And the alchemy at hand for you is, oh, I love this. I love this song. Everything I do it for you. Come tell me. I used to love this song. You're not worth fighting for. Don't tell me. And this is from the movie Robin Hood, and Spirit is actually, with Kevin Costner, it's really good. Spirit is asking you to watch this movie, okay? And notice the relationship between Maid Marian and Robin Hood, and how at first it doesn't seem like they are meshing, but how they find this connection. This is very relative to what's part of you, because this Mayan energy is like a thief, and it's stealing. As this is the Robin Hood energy, it's stealing. It's like stealing space. It's stealing space for something new to come in. Okay? So that's the epitome. That's why we need to get things moving. Okay? So here's our 4 cards. You are invincible. Okay? You are a warrior. But it's not about flexing your muscles here. It's about finding your stance. It's about understanding your power positions, okay? It's about unleashing your potential. So it's like, as this guy, he's got all, like, look at this. He's golden. This is the alchemy at hand. We just told you what's the alchemy, okay? Robin Hood, alchemy for another, right? So you're kind of stepping in. You're kind of stepping in for that divine masculine to let you. It's like he's been flexing, he's been pushing, but what he really needs to do is to pull back, to allow that arrow to pull back, because it doesn't matter how many muscles he has. That doesn't determine where this arrow goes. It doesn't determine your potential. Your potential is in the pull back. The amount, it's in that tension, the force that's created as you pull back on your skills. How can you collaborate with your angels, your guides, other workers to really understand your power, right? Because you are that warrior. You need to have patience with yourself because this energy is unfolding, right? And we're talking about the wound of Uranus. I mean, this is like a melting. And we had this big meltdown couple months ago as we had this, rare alliance of planets that hasn't happened for 2,000 years. So you've been patient. You've been waiting for this toxic energy to fall off. And look at, it's like we've got the silver and gold energies. Definitely a lot of, I want to say potential, but that's not the word I wanted to use. It's just like conductivity. It's a time of conductivity. There it is. Double confirmation that this is a victory for you. This is a victory in this connection within yourself. What I mean is this alignment. So let's pull this down here. This alignment between the masculine. So we've got this masculine that's been pushing. We got this feminine that's being impatient. And here we go. It's like we got this crown. We got this alchemy. You see that crown? We've got this change in our connection. And it literally allows us to change the wheel, to rise above that warrior position, to see the higher perspective, to change the frequency, which changes the frequency, which changes the experience for all involved. Okay? And this is something that we embody. And I love it because to me, this is the epitome of these two coming together. See these two energies? This is the balance. I mean, look at it. Kind of looks like a morph for the two of them together, in my opinion. Okay? And really staying rooted in this alchemy, okay? Which allows you to rise above that warrior. And this is that trickster, okay? To let you know that I feel that there's energies that want to pull you down, okay? And that's that Mayan energy, but the universe has your back. This is an ending. It's time for this to unfold. Let's read this energy, and with every ending comes a new beginning. And what I love more than anything is this was about the push, but look at what happens when you pull. Not only are you immersed and grounded and feel balanced and connected, but you are in your blue. You are in your most authentic state, wielding your power from a state of grace, holding on to all that you listen. Let's read this card, what the Ascended Masters want you to know about all this movement and how the universe is on your side. Krishna. Now Krishna, right away, I heard mouse energy. He's associated with mouse energy, which is really kind of this obsession with cleanliness. And so with that, with all these energies, Spirit wants you to know you are so protected. You are so protected. You need to eliminate that it almost feels repetitive, okay? This cleansing for some of you. And so that is like a pattern that is based on the fear of this Mayan timeline. So see if that resonates, okay, with you. But anyway, Krishna is the pivotal character of the dramatic epic, the Mahabharata. I just like saying the name. Electing to be impartial and not choose sides with the Pandavas and the Kauravas, he presented them with an option of choosing his army or his services as a charioteer. So notice, he wasn't a warrior in the fight, but he chose to offer his services, okay? To see how there's a difference, being forced to fight and offering. The Kauravas chose his army, and the Pandavas chose him. Thus he told the reins for Arjuna, one of the Pandava brothers, and guided the Pandavas into battle. As the mastermind of the battle, he stood for the righting of the wrong done to good man. Nishkam karma, an action without attachment, was a theory he propounded. Being the principal advisor to Arjuna, he was very clever, spontaneous thinker and counselor, constantly planning and strategizing the war in a very calm and effective manner. Apart from being charming and diplomatic, His negotiating skills were outstanding. Krishna is the most important avatar of Vishnu, the the god of creation, was the killer of all evils. So the most important avatar of Vishnu, the killer of all evils, symbolizing completeness. This card signals your alignment with the cosmos. You're exactly where you ought to be at the present time. And your spirit team brought you here so that you would know you're exactly where you're meant to be, friends. Okay? Even if it appears that there are delays, things are moving in the right direction, pace at the galactic sphere to keep you balanced. You may be transcending internal and external limitations, feeling elevated. You perceive the true essence of the universe. It represents the best and the brightest of your abilities coming to the forefront. It could also signify discovering fresh new sources of wisdom and inspiration. Your experience, a feeling of being on top of the world. Oh my God, you're on top of the world. Hey. Okay, so that's a connection to another oracle, or yeah, number 2. Okay, so if you're connected number 2, number 3, how can we focus on your individuality? How can you focus on to your power source and how you're being guided to use that? All right. It can also, and those of you that align to both piles, that's why you have a new guide. Okay, and this new guide is going to help you wield that. Okay, remember, into the new earth if it's a connection to pile number 2. All right, where was I? I could also know that you are worthy and deserving of this exalted inspiration. So this is something the Ascended Masters is saying. This is something you've been working for. This is the alchemy that's at hand for you. And we talked about that Robin Hood. There's a message there for you, and we're going to see that in the medicine cards about your alchemy. Okay? So, I want to put this in the right order here. Okay. So, it's like as we're doing this, this is what we're losing. We're losing this need to push. We're losing this waiting. Okay? We're losing this fear that we cannot overcome this energy, this war within us. And we have this new guide, I feel it so strongly, teaching us how to lead us to that prosperity, how to expand in our connection, how to expand in all ways. I mean, look at all this energy here. Everything you touch is like a Midas touch. This is a very balanced, beautiful energy. So we're losing all before so that we can really, really embark into our natural spark, our creativity, okay? The parts of us that are magic. Now, you know, we don't do magic. We experience magic. So that in itself might be the trickster, is that you feel that you have to do these spells, you have to do these things, and you don't have to do those. There are things that you can do working with your team that are part of taking steps of alchemy, but they're not spell work. Okay? Okay, I don't know why I felt the need to do that, but I did. So let's move on. So this energy is what's being taken away, but the crystals want to come in and talk to you about what's coming into that space. Boy, is it a healing. Look at this. Everything is rushing in to protect you. Wow. There's all these energies that want to like kind of get in, but like, look at it. It looks like the evil eye. So this is really about a transformation to that solar plexus in particular. And what is so important to understand is the difference between push and pull. Push and pull, and how you can manage your energy. So this is the energy coming in. Let's see what the crystals want to say. They really want to talk to you about this ending, okay? And about this, there's an ending change. And we're going to read card number 5 about how we can get this ending of this energy and this shadow energy, this collective energy experience on the Mayan timeline, and how can we instead? Gosh, I'm sorry, I'm feeling a little not lightheaded, but a little like loopy still. Okay, and how can we get this? I forgot my train of thought. How can we pull in this new energy to create harmony? That's what I wanted to say. Okay. Ooh, look at that. And this it's the heart of the alchemy. It's the change. It's your spark. It's you learning to wield your creative spark. This is a direct correlation to this energy, and the universe is bringing you to this. This is like carnation energy is like this beautiful power source. It actually pairs with peonies, and it really has a lot to do with your infrastructure. So if imagine like the nervous system is what's coming in, this coral energy, which is this live part of your nervous system. Okay, this is where the alchemy is coming in. So your nervous system is being exploited by this Mayan timeline, and we're coming in for an energy. We're shaking it up, and we're ending that. Okay, we're bringing in some peace. It's like this was manifested. I love that this is coming in. I see this spider energy, and it's like this spider energy is very complex. It works between, is this you and another? Yes. Okay, so it's like this energy works through you and it affects another, but it's all interrelated to your connection within yourself. Okay, so we're really working and focusing and expanding and grounding into peace. Seems like that's really needed and deserved. Okay, so when we talk about this ending, we're really learning how this ruby aura, but we're really learning how to train our dragon, because our dragon, our spark, our creativity was being wielded in the shadow of that blood magic. And now, as you undo that, when you get the healing to undo that, you can retrain your dragon into a structure of unconditional love where you can trust what you're receiving. So this really has to do with that whole inspired action, this connection within yourself. But I do see that this connection within yourself is further exaggerated by somebody close to you. Okay, and it's like this energy comes in and affects both of you. So it's really interesting. So pink tourmaline, okay, what can you collaborate? Pink tourmaline, it pairs with oak tree, really grounding in, really focusing on your heart chakra, really focusing. This is a tonic. It's actually a really strong, I kind of have a funny story about pink tourmaline. Now you have to understand, before I got Reiki. I went in and started. I got the very first thing. I knew I was an oracle healer, and I was like, oh, that means I have to do Reiki. And they said, and this was me pushing. I wasn't really receiving as part of my journey. I don't do Reiki anymore because I'm meant to do my own healing modality. So it's come in steps. I'm mentioning this for purpose, okay? So anywho, I remember they were like, yeah, bring crystals. And I was like a crystal virgin. I didn't know. So I think it's so ironic that I knew nothing. And now I literally work with crystal attunements. It is literally an awakening to a medicine, a memory we all have. And literally, I am just here as a facilitator to awaken that memory within you, because we are everything. Okay. So I put this pink tourmaline when that I was learning that I was picking up on these energies and they were affecting me. And so this little tiny itty bitty pink tourmaline, I remember putting it in my bra. And oh my God, I felt like I was like palpitating. So I was like, okay, not that close. So why am I mentioning this? Because I want you to collaborate with the energies. You pick up on these energies, but how can you be grounded? How can you see where they lead you? Okay? And how can we tie a ribbon around that old oak tree? This has a lot to do with the revival of the warrior, the revival of the traumatic wounds of the warrior. And here's this morganite, okay? The number 12 speaks about the balance. It pairs with rosemary. And this is, again, a very calming, relaxing energy, okay? It comes in to alleviate the fire, the burn, okay? And yes, you can burn things too much. So these energies are all coming in different ways, right? In different ways to create this ending. We're integrating this gold and silver energy. And what we're going to see as we get a shift in the gears, we're going to see as we're talking about Uranus, and we're talking about Uranus. I believe Uranus moved into Aries. I could be wrong, but there was this big, thing with Uranus. I'd love to look at, but you can look for it yourself. Look up what happened to Uranus, right? It's in retrograde right now, which means we can claim the healing. Retrogrades are the best time to integrate and receive healings. And what I'm seeing here in my mind's eye, this is like moving. This is like moving. I'm seeing it like shake back and forth. I do feel and see this kind of energy from the Ascended Masters, the silver and gold. It's very conductive. And what it does is what's coming in its place is all this wisdom. So I feel that there is a bunch of wisdom about to drop in your lap. So I do recommend pile number 3, that you take a lot of notes, that you journal your experience, and that you remember the higher perspective. Okay? And that you remember the higher perspective. Because this is perfect that I'm seeing this opal here, because opal will expand or constrict whether we feel the heat or the ice. And the heat is actually an expansion of that Mayan timeline. Your blood boils, okay, is what I'm hearing here. As your blood boils, this energy is telling you when it gets hot, it expands. When it cools, it tightens. And so this is really letting you know, it's a clue about this ending and about how you can work with this energy within you. It's all about understanding how this energy affects you and then getting the medicine necessary. And I keep saying that, and I haven't learned, did I learn that medicine? I feel like I did, but I think I forgot to write it down. And I wonder if Spirit is going to have me offer that. So hold on, let me see. What is this medicine to this cane frog? Oh, didn't we say it was obsidian and willow? Yeah, we already shared it. That's the medicine, the obsidian and the willow. We want to shake all that off. Obsidian is the shaker, okay? And we're integrating. The obsidian shakes it off, and then the willow comes in and is that gift. It's the gift in the challenge, okay? It allows you to make that wish, to make a clean ask when those shadow energies fall off. So beautiful, actually. So beautiful. The magic is, this is just an expansion. This is an evolutionary pathway within you. This is a level of mastery. This allows you to align with other souls in its center. The seraphim are the warriors closest to God. Are you part of God's army? Is that why this warrior, this need to push, is so within you, because you have this drive? And Spirit is coming in and saying that is a waste of your energy. You want to pull. I just cannot keep repeating. We want to pull these energies in. This is what's authentic. Not to push, but to pull. A couple more shuffles about this ending. A couple more shuffles. How can you allow this warrior to have an ending? And what I'm seeing here right away, it's not about, does he love me, does he love me not? This seems to be really related to your worth, because you're like this warrior, you're this fierce energy, and you are that. But at the same point in time, are you using that energy in a way that's productive, or is it causing things to fall down around you, which brings you back to this energy of wondering, does he love me? Does he love me not? Am I worthy? And this is what I feel, this daisy energy, okay? This daisy energy, I'm getting the number 14, being one with the structure, allowing harmony. So maybe that number 14 means something, but also as I say that and I see 28, as I'm pulling it back, I'm like, wait, that's half 14. So this is not only an alignment within you, but this is an alignment within another. As you align with your structure, it allows them to align with theirs. This is a real sacred healing between y'all. Man, the movie Robin Hood. Everything I do it for you. So how can this other energy, how can you see the higher perspective if you're being reminded of what this masculine energy is, okay? Whether it's source, whether it's a relationship, whether it's a project, there's definitely this masculine energy, and you're feeling like, okay, it's really not, my best, but here we're telling you, like, remember, we're all going through things. And so what you may be seeing at this moment is a manifestation of this actual wounding. And how can you learn to wield your power potentially to assist not only you, but to assist them? Do you see what I'm saying? Okay? Such a powerful energy that allows you to step into this newness. Like, look at this. Look at this expansion. That silver and gold, that conductivity allows you this magenta energy, which feels like really close to like an expansion in hearing. This teal energy, which is this expansion in the well of dreams and your imagination, okay? And it's just like follow the steps, allow your inner sun. And remember, this is the solar plexus activation, and how it's manifesting within you is to see with clarity the inner sun, right? Because on the Mayan timeline, a lot of this was to worship the sun. So how can we claim that healing here, right? And unfreeze, because we're talking about Uranus, which is very distant from the sun. So what has been released from the frozen? No matter what, this is an ending. How can you how can you focus on grace? How can you focus on the glimmers? How can you know that your spirit team is already popping the champagne? This is like a certainty for you. So just trust your intuition, trust the guidance here, right? Very drawn to these little facets on the outside. but what they bring you into and what this crystal energy, there's just so much in here. What's talking to you? Okay, I see owls. I see skull. I see all kinds of energy here. I see this sand dollar in the middle, and at the center is the flower. So what are we changing here? What is alchemizing? Why is your team popping the champagne? Is because what happening here for you, what's coming in this place with this new energy that's coming in, is it's changing what you're putting out. And that affects other people. Wow. Wow. All right. So let's look at these 5. What is this harmony? What are these energies coming in to develop this harmony, to take this place of what's being lost? It's learning to wield in that fire. Garnet pairs with dun dun dun. I can't remember right now, but this is actually all an element of fire. So we're balancing that fire. We're not losing the fire. Okay, and look at this. Yeah, I see these X's. You might be connected to pile number 4, but it's like your ancestors. This is a gift. Okay, and it's like they're assisting you in holding these dense energies so that we can get to the center and really bring this energy into balance, get the healing necessity, and claim the clarity. So we're going to start back here. Let's bring you down here because first we're going to go on this Krishna energy. Excuse me. So the crystals are coming in. We've got tanzanite. Again, look at every card is like a 10. I cannot tell you, this is a really big ending for you, okay? And it brings in and balances that authenticity for you. And this is just such a beautiful energy. It actually pairs with cloves. And it's revolutionary in allowing a new beginning, okay? Allowing a new beginning. I love the blue and gold matching up with the blue and gold here on Krishna. This is all about wielding and creating that alchemy for yourself. And it's really taking your spark and your authenticity to allow this to end, okay? And this blue apatite coming in, and look at 10, 9. So we have this energy of the 6 and the 3, which is a 9, okay? And the clarity that's coming in is that you've aligned to this victory, okay? You've aligned to this victory. This actually, I believe blue apatite may pair with fern, but what's really interesting here is there's an expansion. So you're seeing the top, and there's an expansion as you go deeper, okay? So as you receive the clarity, as the fire comes in to keep that pine cone open, okay, because the emotions close it, the blood magic emotions, the fear, that wounding closes up your pineal gland and does not allow clarity to come in. But you stay heart-centered, and we have this expansion, right? And this expansion leads to all this clarity. This is where things start to turn, and we realize we don't need to engage in that warrior energy as previous, that we can step into our blue, we can step into this new part of ourself, and we can capture this healing, we can capture this clarity, okay? And it's just about taking the steps. Taking the steps. Here's citrine pairs with sage. Could be a connection to pile number 2, as we did actually talk about the sage. But citrine here is all about aligning you with the power of the one, okay? This comes in, and I love that we're talking about citrine in particular when it comes to this warrior pose, like when is my ship coming in, okay? It's like she's like I'm ready. Everything's conducted. When's it going to happen? And citrine is coming in to let you know, hey, there's some impurities. It's just like this actually works a lot with your gut, okay? And it's like there's a lot of impurities, a lot of things that are getting in the way. And one of those things is that need to push, engaging that will. So, how can we allow this tonic to the gut? How can we settle it down? Structure of the one, and instead of engaging on, I know I can do this, how can we be patient, right? How can we be patient and allow it to come to us, right? Because citrine, that's a natural, especially paired with pyrite, is a natural abundance magnetizer. Okay? So it naturally pulls things in your direction because what it does is it detoxifies the impurities. The fourth energy, look at this new beginning. This new beginning of not having to do this push, not having to have like engagement of all these muscles. And that's the only way. I got to have all these skills. I got to do this. I got to do that. This is just focusing on what? It's focusing on, it pairs with lavender. It's a very relaxing, like I just feel this super relaxing energy right now, and it allows the waters to kind of just flow. This is the new beginning for you. It's not about push. It's about flow. This is the energy that's coming in, and this is aligning you to something new. And in the center is the Nautilus. Now, I just did this recently. This will come again. I will offer it again. This is the Nautilus, and it pairs with passion flower. And this is all about releasing the wounding and allowing that divine masculine to really rise, and taking it step by step by step by step by step. Okay, so with a lot within you, this is happening. This is what Spirit's bringing in. We're going to read number 5 because that's what Spirit wanted us to read. Okay. Oh, wow, let me find it. All right. Nautilus. And Bobby, can you do me a favor?
Yeah.
Can you hand me that journal right there on the shelf? Okay, I want to show you by the pink flower. So Nautilus pairs with passion flower. Isn't there a journal like this? But it's right there? No. No, just forget it. Sorry. Yeah, by the pink planter. I said the pink plant. Okay. Anyway, I wanted to show you because I think you see the picture of the mandala, but I want to show you the mandala that I made related to passion flower and Nautilus. So how does this energy speak to you? Passion flower is toxic to most, but there is a butterfly that only lives in the passion flower, and this is the energy that we talked about. I believe I talked about Nautilus and passion flower medicine. You can check that out on my YouTube, here on YouTube. Did I go live with that? I think maybe I didn't. Maybe I need to. Okay. But anyway, this energy is coming in for you, so let's go ahead and read about it. Nautilus. Okay. Grounding our light into a new path, new earth. Although a nautilus is a fossilized ammonite, and really the magic of the nautilus talks about the change. Well, first of all, that this nautilus derived. Their ancestors have been around for 400, I think it's billion years. Okay. So they're an evolved form, and they went from a concave form where they had a power siphon on the outside, and they moved that to the inside. So no longer being siphoned is your power source. And instead, the siphon was taken within, and the Nautilus learned that by doing this, it could propel itself up and down. And so, this energy is letting you know that you have the ability. This crystal energies, this energy is coming in to replace that is leaving, to allow you to move up and down in frequency. Okay, so therefore, it's not a crystal, but nonetheless, it's an important part of the series of oversouls. Okay? The patterning of this mandala conveys shapes into which are encoded powerful activation symbols. Let's go closer. We may notice shapes of this mandala looking like leaves pressed down on pages of a book. The oversoul wishes to draw our attention to the star right at the middle, as well as the rippling waves that flow out of it. And just like we're able to propulse, the Ammonite's able to propulse up and down, in a lot of ways, the Nautilus, like the submarine, also allows us to go up and down, to go down into the depths of a wound, to observe, so that you can, find that harmony. You can claim the gift, the whitening, if you will. Okay, so, and then, hold on, kind of share some stuff that we're not going to really need to share. Okay. Okay, so as we hear the voice of the Nautilus, it says, "Beloved one, welcome. How far you have traveled to be here. My attunement takes place through the guidance I now offer. Guide your awareness beneath your feet, the point of your Earth Star chakra. Pay attention downwards, facing a figure 8 made of light. Its its lower arc touches your Earth Star. The upper arc touches the point just beneath your feet in a sacred infinite symbol. Meditate on the movement of light as it unfolds this symbol. You will notice a point where the lines cross over. Focus on this point. You will notice that as you expand in your awareness, this point, the overlapping of infinity, is a chakra that exists to nurture you on the new earth. It further supports an expansion of your unfolding light. Give yourself permission for this light to dissolve any limiting beliefs that may have been stored in this place. Breathe with and into the light, encouraging yourself to release a deep level of your being. This process will enable you to ground your light deeper into the new earth, alleviating more ease to enter your life." And we're going to reiterate, and my guides have made it known that to get access into the new earth, we need to delve into the deeper parts of ourselves, and we need to alchemize the shadows, because these are not allowed. That's the backstage pass into the new earth, is to be shadow free. Okay? Is to be shadow free. And the only way, so what's coming up here in particular is the Mayan timeline. So I want you to watch, keep watch on this channel for the energy, the medicine that's going to come in. We're going to learn about the medicine. I am actually cannot. Oh, I keep saying I haven't learned, but I have. Obsidian and willow. Okay, so watch for me to offer that, obsidian and willow. But we're going to step into, what does this medicine do? This is an evolutionary change for you. Okay, we're going to do 12 shuffles. This brings in the balance. Look at this. This alchemizes the throat chakra, really allows this bard, okay, this bard energy. It's going to unlock this new potential within you. Okay. And notice that this, I always see like little droplets. So this lizard is like out of the emotions. It's like drying off. Okay. So this is that balance between the emotions and the fire energy, and really understanding the difference between the two, but more importantly, bringing that into balance. Okay. So shuffle number one, we got the magic here. The fox, he burrows. So at the highlight here, we've got your nervous system. How can you stay grounded? Okay. How can you stay grounded? I do believe you're going through some evolutionary changes. You might be feeling some weird things in your body. Number two says the horse, um, the Palomino horse in particular. And this horse is really focused on this healing because this horse has a fear of being captured. It wants to be wild. It doesn't feel like itself when it's caged. So this is very revolutionary to how this Mayan timeline, how this energy, how this collective shadow energy really kind of holds a little hold of you. It makes you feel caged. Okay. It makes you not only feel caged, but it actually, blocks you from what your true power is. And so you don't feel that freedom. You don't feel that freedom. But this is fast moving energy that's coming in here. And if you leading you to your abundance, and if you can collaborate with, unconditional love, you can collaborate with grace and gratitude. Excuse me. Instead of focusing on, what you need. This is really what the healing is about. It's not about what you collect. It's knowing, look at this squirrel sitting on a mountain of nuts. The last thing it needs is to go collect another nut. So how can you really allow some time for recovery, some time for assimilation, instead of, continuing to dig and dig and dig and dig? It's like you've got what you need. You've got what you need. Shuffle number, is this number 3? Shoot. No, 4. The magic is here. The magic here about, again, centered in this coral. This is coral is always going to speak to me about your nervous system. As we change this nervous system, what's really interesting about the grouse is it really focuses on grounding, and it makes a pattern with its feet. And in many ways, you're making patterns as you take steps with your feet, as you go closer and closer and closer, deeper and deeper and deeper into the parts of you that want to be alchemized. Okay? So this is actually, this medicine cards are talking about your alchemy. Okay? And we're gonna, as we're kind of settling into this energy, okay, number 5, we'll read a couple messages before we do the cards. Sometimes these are hard for me to shuffle. 5. Okay. Number 6, how can we follow the wisdom of the deer? So we literally have the wisdom of the deer, the wisdom, the animal wisdom coming in. How can you keep coming back and following? The animal wisdom is the medicine that's guiding you to these changes, that's allowing you to capture these last little pieces of enlightenment. Okay, it's also nourishing your energetic system. This working with the animals. I hope you align with these oracle. Okay. Next, we have another animal coming out tomorrow, so watch for that. And then I'll probably do the oracle in 3 to 4 weeks. That's kind of been the standard lately, but Spirit keeps me on my toes. But yeah, we're getting a lot of 40-day patterns. Okay, number 7, that deer is what's coming in. This is your wish fulfillment. I cannot tell you this. For those of you that find this is like what you needed. There's so much confirmation. It's medicine in itself. Okay. And it's just like, keep your ears open, keep your eyes forward. And the deer is all about, here it's wish fulfillment, but it's also grabbing something. And what they're grabbing is this grace and is this gratitude, because the deer is no longer stuck in the headlights. It's not stuck in the fear. It pays attention, it listens, and then it moves away. This is not about being frozen in the headlights, right? This is about feeling the fear and moving through it, because these are happening in different places, right? There's that squirrel again. There's that squirrel again. Don't let your imagination get away from you, right? Don't let your imagination get away with you. Don't think that you haven't dug deep enough. Don't. This is a lot of mental energy coming in, okay? And it's kind of putting you at war with yourself. So how can we ground when this energy comes? How can we ground in? Ground in. Take more time to walk, moving those feet, breath work, art, all these different things to ground your energy, because you desperately want clarity to come in. And when you feel free of this energy, when you capture the healing, this is a pheasant flower, when you actually, or a feather, when you capture the healing, it unleashes this freedom within you. And this is what brings things into balance. This is what brings that wish fulfillment. This is what brings this healing, okay, to all this anger, to all this holding on. Look at all this everything. Oh my God, all the upper chakras, really, all the upper chakras go through this metamorphosis, is what I'm hearing. Okay, how can we use the balance of the one to create this structure to bring this into balance? As we feel above, so will balance below. Remembering, and this is coming in your reading, literally, what we lose, and then in balance we gain. We lose the warrior and learn how to wield our power, and we gain the energy and the ability to go down into the depths. Okay? And this fast moving energy allows this ending, this evolutionary change within you to your authenticity. And spirit is leading to this new beginning. That's what this is all about for you. So before we look into these cards, let's read. Let's make sure I've read all the messages for you. I do believe I need to share a message with you about your alchemy. Okay, so when it comes to the medicine, Archangel Michael said, on guard. So being aware, being, what's that word I'm trying to think? Vigilant is what's coming up. Being vigilant. I'm getting it in the wee hours of the morning before you wake up. Pay attention what's coming in dream. If you can, get up and journal right away, because it helps you remember longer. But the story here is that the layers of the aura are going through a transformation. And again, I was getting that there's a portal closing on the Egyptian timeline. And I was getting this blue and orange energy, this bear down queen energy, really, really bear. When I'm getting bear down, it's like I'm sitting on the ground. So we're really talking about grounding your energy, okay? There's a lot happening in this. Grounding your energy and stepping into your power. So we've got some mantras for you. I am free. I am sovereign. Just that helps recode those nervous system changes. I am free and sovereign. I am powerful. I am on my highest timeline in the best earth, in the best universe where the light has won. These are some of the things that I use all the time. But what we're going to do is we have a message for you. Alchemy for another 131. Okay. Sorry. Messages all over the place, guys. I received them like 4 months, like it went in a very big span. It's pretty amazing. Okay, so it wasn't really clear which one I wrote down though. Sometimes I cannot read my own handwriting, and that is just so not fun. Okay, medicine cards. So, what is the alchemy at hand for you? Just a moment as I locate it. I should have wrote dear number 4. Oh, dear number 3. Okay, here we go. Align your design, and you will find the treasure which against you measure. I did share that with you already. So this is really all about capturing this alchemy, okay, and using this, and not using it, but allowing this to be the foundation of your evolution. Okay, so let's get into that medicine. So I did share everything. What is Spirit bringing in this new beginning for you? Fast moving energies, medicine coming in. It has shown its face 3 times. Okay, and we're definitely going to read. We're going to read number 7, but we are going to share just a quick little poem from this horse because it has come up many times already in your oracle. 3rd time's a charm. Mighty horse, power to run across the open plains, or bring the vision of the shields dancing in purple dream rain. Wow. So that really speaks to me about purification. That speaks to me of dream, paying attention to your dream. Okay, so that is what wants to come up here. And this expansion in your connection to the earth and manifesting those dreams. I feel like this might be something new. Please keep me posted. I want to know how this resonates. Okay, so this is the expansion to the earth, is this freedom, this purification, this centering. Okay, and then we have number 32. So we get a little bit of a pullback, but it brings us into balance. We need to take some time to recovery, but we take a little time off from this recoding so that our system can nourish, so that we can recode. But there is no doubt that you're a collective worker, okay? That you are here to work with the collective, for sure. Feeling that. And you're at the tail end of this healing, okay? You're at the tail end of this healing. We've got this raven energy. This is the magic. You're able to go in between timelines to receive the central nervous system recoding, these changes that are literally coming in, the wisdom that's dropping in. This expansion is in your creativity. Your divine feminine she's collecting like trinkets. She's, think of the ravens as, even the color, the black and blue color, we're going into the orange and blue. So look at that. We're taking this shadow and we're really turning it into color, into zest, into intuition, into power, into fire. But when I say that, it's passion, right? Into this sexual, creative energy, right? So that's that. We're getting this expansion in the hawk. So we've got these messages, expansion and collaboration. And this is not something we have to push. This is something we're pulling towards us. Okay? So there's the expansion there. What's really interesting is we have this elk now. We have the elk in pile number 1. So there might be a connection there. And if there is, the biggest connection, the biggest thing that I'm hearing for you is balance, 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 balance. You can reach out to me for an obsidian. You don't have to wait for me to offer it, but I can do a one-on-one session with you with that obsidian and that willow, okay? So that we can alchemize this shadow and get this clear can ask, something that you can manifest. And also, you know, for those of you that are connected to pile number 2, this really reinforces this balance that we're speaking of here, this harmony, this synergy. It really actually feeds into your connection. It feeds into an expansion in your connection. But this is an ending and a new beginning of self-care, of knowing that you're always home, of wisdom. This is a capture of wisdom for you. But this turtle energy is all about, being all inclusive for yourself. And, really it's just like there's this protective shell, but this protection, it's really not about protection. It's more about you're preserved. It preserves yourself from those memories, that energy that was trying to invade, right? Trying to come in to exploit anger, exploit insecurities, anxieties, and stresses. It's like we can now flow in the emotions in this preserved state. Okay? And this is number 7. We're going to read it. Spirit is bringing this balance in for you. So much manifestation, so much to be birthed, so much to experience and to birth. Let's give it a read. The 30. All right, first of all, the rabbits is all about fear, okay? So the rabbit, sacred little rabbit, please drop your fright. Running doesn't stop the pain or turn the dark to light. How can we face our fear and just step into the alchemy anyway, right? A long time ago, no one really knew how long ago it was. Wait, let me read that again. A long ago, no one really knows how long ago it was. Rabbit was a brave and fearless warrior. Rabbit was befriended by Eyewalker, a witch. The witch and the rabbit spent much time together, sharing and talking. The two were very close. One day, Eyewalker and Rabbit were out walking along, and they sat down on a trail to rest, and Rabbit said, "I'm thirsty." Eyewalker picked up a leaf, blew on it, and handed Rabbit a gourd of water. Rabbit drank the water, but did not say anything. Then Rabbit said, "I'm hungry." Eyewalker picked up a stone and blew on it and changed it into a turnip. She gave the turnip to the rabbit to eat. Rabbit tasted it and then ate the turnip with relish. But still, Rabbit didn't say anything. The two continued along the trail which led to the mountains. Near the top, Rabbit tripped and fell and rolled almost to the bottom. Rabbit was in very sad condition when Eyewalker got to him. She used a magic salve on Rabbit's head to heal his great pain and mend his broken bones. Rabbit didn't say anything. Several days later, Eyewalker went searching for her friend. She searched high and low, but Rabbit was nowhere to be found. Finally, Eyewalker gave up. She met Rabbit quite by accident one day. "Rabbit, why are you hiding and avoiding me?" the witch asked. "Because I'm afraid of you." "I'm afraid of magic," answered the rabbit. "Leave me alone." "I see," said Eyewalker. "I have used my magical powers on your behalf, and now you turn on me and refuse my friendship? I want nothing more to do with you and your powers," Rabbit countered. Rabbit did not even see the tears his words were bringing to Eyewalker's eyes. "I hope we never meet, and I hope I never see you again," Rabbit continued. "Rabbit," Eyewalker said, "we were once great friends and companions, but no more. It is within my power to destroy you, but because of the past and the medicines we have shared together, I will not do this. But from this day forward, I lay a curse on you and your tribe. From now on, you will call your fears, and your fears will come to you. Be on the way, for the sweet medicines that are bound us together as friends are broken. Now, Rabbit is the fear caller. He goes out and shouts, Eagle, I'm afraid of you. If Eagle doesn't hear him, wow. Rabbit calls, Eagle, stay away from me. Eagle, how hearing Rabbit comes and eats him. Rabbit calls bobcats, wolves, coyotes, and even snakes until they come. As the story shows, rabbit medicine people are so afraid of tragedy, illness, disaster, and being taken that they call those very fears to them to teach them lessons. The key notes here are what you resist will persist. What you fear most is what you will become. Here is the lesson. If you pulled rabbit, stop talking about horrible things happening and get rid of what if in your vocabulary. This card may signal a time of worry about the future or trying to exercise your control over that which is not yet in form, the future. Stop now. Write your fears down and willingly feel them, breathe them in, and feel them running through your body into Mother Earth as a giveaway. Wow, that was really interesting. So it's this authenticity of understanding what's fear based and what's not. And the Mayan and this wounding exploits that fear. Okay? All right. That is your reading, pile number 3. And quite the reading it was. So, thank you for being here. I hope I see you on May 24th. But in particular, this particular pile needs to watch for me to offer obsidian and willow. That is the healing that you're after. That's the magic sauce for you in particular. So keep watch for that. But also see if, go within and see if amethyst and rose is for you. We're going to step into our last pile number 4 at 3:20:44. Okay, how beautiful. Balance your mission and step into movement. Step into movement, into balance. We're talking about a solar plexus activation, and how this resonates with you is it's actually a challenge that you embarked on a few years ago, coming into balance, a balance between your power and your imagination, using the two together to create. And the differences here is what you're creating with. I was getting that you guys are tuners just like me. But let's get into some channeled messages before we do the runes. We have a lot coming in for you guys, just like we have on the other piles. But you guys actually have 1, 2, 3 pieces of oracle as well. Okay, so our biggest focus here for you is balance. All right. Okay, so message number, I lost train of thought, 8 and 9. Ooh, excuse me. Okay, number 8. As I stepped into your energy, I could hear a song. Bum, 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 bum. Come and go with me. This is a vocalization by the Beach Boys. And I was getting, when I was getting that for you, it represents getting into the harmony. The Beach Boys were known for their harmony. Now, what's also interesting is it's Beach Boys. So there seems to be a lot of collaboration here as well, and not just with one, but with many. Channeled message: to air is to be human, and air is AIR. So this is an energy that's taking us into the mental space. And, everyone likes to talk about the ego, all these things. All I want to mention when it comes to the space of the air is what is the quality of your masculine energy is going to determine how this air energy affects your actions, okay? Affects your harmony and synergy with others, okay? So, pile number 4, you are coming into a major alignment, okay? To be honest, this is a quantum shift. It involves a quantum shift. We're specifically talking about your masculine energy here, okay? I'm getting that you are tuners, that you have been working with new guides. You shed your antlers last year in November. So you shedded your antlers. You've got new ones that have come in, and you really have learned to tune in. It's helping you to tune into something different. Okay, so we've got the runes here, the ancestors. When I do the runes, for those of you who are new to me, I always read the Norwegian runes. Okay, and we're going to read number 4 and number 8. We're going to talk about your ancestors want to come in. What is this energy that we're aligning to? And how is it specifically? We've got a lot of 11s, alignment, right? But we also are going to be talking about the pituitary gland. And the pituitary gland is what is activated to create central nervous system neurological changes. Okay, so let's go ahead and see as this energy comes in what you've been doing. So what have you been aligning to? What have these last 5 months been aligning you to? Well, the first thing it's aligning you to is the gifts. Okay, so there's an expansion in your connection to the earth. There's an expansion to the animals, to the plants, to the crystals, to the earth, to the water, to the elements, okay? So that's the first thing, that's a gift that's been unleashed in this past year, okay? We've got this hammer, this Thorez energy. I always get it confused with another one, but I'm pretty sure I have it right. The chisel. Okay, so how does this relate to what we're saying? This expansion in your manifestations. You've been working on, for some of you, like Michelangelo, working on a piece of art. You've been chiseling away, creating, and as you do that, chiseling away on yourself, chiseling. This is expansion and grounding. So you're finding new ways to ground. You're finding new ways to really bring your energy in balance. Number 4. Okay. And this is your year. Okay. This is your year that your spark in the dark becomes congruent. This is the year that you don't feel less than or more than, but you feel neutral. This is the year as you step in neutrality that you realize that you have a quantum effect. Okay? A quantum effect, and we're going to be talking about that. So that's lining up so well. Now, I forget what this one is called, but that's okay because we're going to read it. So I'm going to pull my book. I always see this one actually more on its side, talking about traversing through some obstacles. But let's go ahead. I believe it's the birch, actually. Let's go ahead and look at these runes. And yes, the bee, 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 the bee. Oh yeah, there it is. The birch, the Burkana. Okay, 159. So we're going to read about this and see the magic, because this is directly correlating to the solar plexus, to the seat of your power, to the seat of your divine masculine. So we're getting some information about this expansion in your masculine energy. And what I'm talking about here are the steps you take. Now, I'm being reminded to share a personal story. When I would get animal wisdom, I I would just push it out on the weekly. I used to do animal wisdom on the weekly. Now here we are a couple years later, and now it's coming in every 40 days. So there's just this expansion, a change in the actions you take, a change in the timing, to really get into the universal flow, right? So there's lots of different reasons. But this particular, the birch tree, okay, it corresponds. Okay, so birch has the birch has the greenest leaf branches. Loki brought the lack. Oh my god, it's like I can't read. I can't read. Hold on. Birch has the greenest leafed branches. Loki brought the lack of deceit. Okay, that's a little poem. But really, what the meaning here, keywords, birth, new beginning, new projects, fertility, reproduction, pregnancy, purification, driving out the old. This is what we're talking about here. It is the rune of purification, fertility, and birth associated with the birch tree in northern lore. Now, what is totally interesting and awesome is birch is actually one of the attunements I do, and it pairs with, it's eluding me. Okay, we can look into that later. But the stav doesn't always mean childbirth, although it's coupled, okay. So it doesn't necessarily just mean like pregnancy literally, but it could be birthing of a project, birthing of a structure, birthing of a gift, birthing of, a new art form, birthing of a new expression. Okay. Now, it can be a positive omen. It is the birth rune. So for some of you, but underlying these association is the image of the birth goddess, an aspect of Mother Earth, and the great goddess herself. You are safe in her hands. Okay, so this is a favorable time to initiate new. It's very fruitful, productive area for you. Allow your creative endeavors to flow. Every ending is a new beginning. Clear the dead wood in order to see the new shoots that are growing up around you. Tend and nurture with fullness, and they will bear fruit. Okay? And there's this promise about this regrowth after the destruction. So the theme here is regeneration, rebirth, restructure. And this is coming in that seat of the solar plexus. So as the solar plexus energy for you activates with the pituitary gland, you have changes within you, changes literally within you that rebirth and restructure, and think of all the R's, okay? They just bring in this whole new reformation for you, okay? This whole new reformation for you, which is beautiful. Let's keep going. All right. The fifth one is about the sun. The sun, okay? So for you to expand in that heart chakra, for you to expand in harmony, you want to allow the sun, as we talk about the birch and we talk about the birch tree, which has the roots and the leaves, the greenest leaves, that's what captures the sun. And the time that we're moving into the summer is all about the leaves capturing the sun, photosynthesis, and we're talking about girth. So that's I see and I feel girth. There's an expansion in this power, this expansion in your reach. Wow, beautiful. It's very fruitful. It wants to grow, and your ancestors are lifting you up for this. Your ancestors are literally lifting you up to claim this gift. So have unconditional love for yourself. Allow yourself to be guided. Allow yourself to trust. Okay. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. What's authentic for you? Now this is like This is the rune of like games, okay? But what I always see here is like this table. You're sitting at this table, and what's authentic is it's like you are you're sitting at this table, you're enjoying this meal, you're enjoying this harvest. And what's interesting is all that previously was exploiting you is witnessing you partaking in this abundance, in this authenticity, in this magic. And this magic is set on this centering of yourself. Okay, there's that less than and that more than. This is your year to really capture this new setting, this new elevation. Okay, this is what's authentic for you. And it's a journey. It's a journey. And you want to be guided. Okay, this is a journey. And I think I need to look because I think this is the horse, but I don't want it to get. I heard journey right away, but I want to make sure. Sometimes we have to, it's been a while since we've used the runes. Hail. Okay, hail. So, how does this relate? Frozen rain. Is this 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7? Oh, look at that again. We're gonna read. This is exactly the one we need to read. So thank you, Spirit. Okay, so let's go. 110. What is the magic? How does this clear the energies that are trying to lead you astray, the sounds that are trying to lead you astray? How did this alignment to these neurological changes, how does this change that siren, that call? Okay, so what we're talking about here, hail is the coldest of grains. All Father shaped the world in ancient time. So the words we're thinking of here are hail, a hostile environment, disruption, change, delay, even cancellation of plans, though the difficulty is temporary. So this might be what you're experiencing. This is just a siren energy. And as we expand in our light, as we expand in our frequency, we also expand in that which brings it into balance. So there's this siren, there's this energy that really kind of wants to come in balance. And as you go through these neurological changes, though, you realize that balance changes. Okay? So as you grow in light, so too you will grow into that which is attracted, okay, and wants to lead you astray is what I'm feeling here. I'm getting a siren energy, okay? And it's like you can have everything you need to weather the storm. You have everything you need to weather the storm. And what I love more than anything with this hail energy, this is a freezing of the movement of this sound, okay? So this is happening in your favor. And then what this allows you to do, that's the other one. I'm not going to read the whole thing, but I was like, that's the two. I get the two of them. They're so close, and I get them mixed up. Yeah. And so that gives you more clarity of your power. So as you expand and grow in light, such that in the balance, there's other things that are attracted to you, which brings clarity in of the expansion of your power, okay? Which goes back to the birch tree, which was the special magic about really focusing on growing in girth, growing and expanding your reach. Wow, this is really beautiful. This is very fruitful for you. This vision is very fruitful for you. It's extremely abundant for you, okay? Extremely abundant. It leads to your piece of the pie. Yeah, it leads to wealth. It leads to, um, sharing. Not only it leads to abundance in all forms, but it leads to you sharing and using your mouth to pay it forward. Okay, so look at this. All this. This is one line. This is what you're aligning to. This is very positive energy, friends. This is a story of the gifts that you've chiseled out. You've taken the time, you expanded the roots, which are going to expand in the girth. Allow the sun to shine to give you the harmony. You're being lifted up for this harvest. Things are being frozen that are actually causing harm. Okay? That are actually causing harm. And this takes you on a new journey. It's extremely abundant for you. Extremely abundant for you. And allows you to get your piece of the pie. So that's what the runes want to do. This is what we're aligning to. Okay? But we have the Green Witch Oracle. And the Green Witch Oracle wants you to focus on grace and gratitude because you're going through this alchemy, a lot of changes. And the alchemy at hand, there's a song that I heard. First of all, Archangel Michael says, remember who you are. This is the alchemy. Remember who you are. You're being lifted into this whole new stage. You're aligning to all these new energies, putting you in such an abundant, aligning you with such abundance. But you need to remember who you are. And I heard the song. It's from church, actually. And it's called Eagle's Wings. The snarl, the fowler will never capture you, and famine will give you no fear. So it's all about you're being protected. You're being held in the eagle's wings. The spirit is holding you and protecting you. You're in this nest. You're being taken care of, and the alchemy is happening for you. So let's go ahead and read a message based on that alchemy. I told you. And he will raise you up on eagle wings, specifically, not pacifically, of the verse of the snarl, the fowler will never capture you. I just did that. So sorry. I thought it was a new message. But I was getting your light body is being activated here, and that something was previously embedded. And once, okay, something embedded into your light body. And once it's not, you can claim your authenticity, which changes everything. I was feeling anxiety due to mayflies blocking your light body. Interesting. So that's another attunement I do. And mayflies talks about this energy that's attracted to your light source. And what it does is it blocks you from this regeneration process. But you've been led here so that you've been led here because you're actually about to experience a quantum shift in your power. This is a shift in your connection, and we're going to talk all about it. But it results in these blue and pink colors, stepping into your authenticity, having unconditional love for yourself. This quantum change really realigns your entire design. So let's go ahead and get into the earth magic in just a moment. But before we do, we want to focus on grace and gratitude because these changes can be hard to deal with, right? So this is an ending for you and a new beginning. Look at these shoots. Remember we're talking about the birch. We have these new shoot-offs, okay? So here in this card, pre-shuffle, we're talking about finding your strength. We've got fennel here. We've got the number 19, which is talking about being one with this healing and then starting this brand new beginning. Okay, so let's go ahead and do a couple shuffles. Let's see what this energy is all about. It's really nourishing, especially to the roots. I'm getting a lot of information about the roots. And when I'm saying that, looking at you as like that birch tree, and really the alchemy at hand, these last 5 months, is you've been really nourishing those roots. And those roots is what's going to allow you to go deeper so that you can expand as below, so above, right? As below, so above. Yeah, this is like Cinderella moment. This is a huge transformation for you. Huge transformation for you. This is such a positive energy. Man, it just feels so good. Getting to the core of it, we're getting balance, but planting seeds as well. Planting seeds as well. I do feel a connection right away to another pile. It's not really coming in right now, but there's another connection to another pile here. We've got this healing in this geranium. Is this geranium? Yeah. So the geranium is a natural detoxifier against bugs. So we're talking about this mayfly, which doesn't allow your light body to regenerate, which changes your experience, because as your light body fills up, and if you're unable to clear it, you take that on as your own. Like you start to emulate those qualities. So that mayfly, how that works as a shadow bug, is that blocks your resource to alleviate and to purge that light body, the things. So there's energies embedded in there, and that's what's altering your experience. And as you nourish and as you find this ending, okay, 10-10, this is a mastery challenge for you. Okay, to nourish and detoxify this bug. It leads to an evolutionary change. It leads to mastery. It leads to teaching. It leads to, look at this, you're a dream weaver, a dream catcher. Spirit is leading in this new structure for you, right? To catch the things that are interfering with your growth. And specifically what we're focusing on is this girth. Look at, we've got this plant, and then this is like a marigold, right? And then here we're focusing on the bloom rather than on, so this is what I'm feeling here. Now, this is a masculine energy, right? Okay. So, how can you be one with this new structure, this divination, these chives come in, right? And look at as earlier, we were discussing this. So here we got the Scorpio energy, right? We've got the Scorpio energy coming in. And what we're talking about here is really like a change in your oracle, a change in your experience. This is a huge transformation. It really, really is. And just like chives, it's going to change the patterns that you continue to have, because we have this pattern. This is being identified. There's these first 5 months of the year, December through now, there's this pattern. There's this, and look back, there's this pattern that keeps coming into play. And this particular pattern, it's time for this quantum effect. And what's so cool about that is this quantum effect is plugging into the quantum field, and it literally affects all these timelines. It literally affects so much. And then this energy just plants back in year after year to keep this evolutionary alignment going. Okay? So, what are we talking about here? Sacred structure, the wisdom that you're going to get when you align the sacred structure as we're aligning here. Okay? This energy is going to allow us to cross over into that quantum field, and then we're going to look at the changes that are going to come. Okay? So, we're literally building a ladder. So, we're going to go down here. As below, so above. So the first 3 cards we're going to look at, where have you been? Where are you? What's coming? Below. in the lower chakras. And then we're going to do the same thing in the higher chakras. There's that alchemy. So in our lower chakras, we've been getting this alchemy. Remember, what is this alchemy? Remembering who you are, being in the wholeness, recapturing who you are. When you live free, it's amazing what you can be. Trust, don't resist, or it shall persist. Okay, there's a lot of energies around you, but you are finding your way. You will always be provided for, is what I heard. And this creates this, look at this fruit. You know, this is created in the stars for you. Again, we have this like dream catcher idea going on. You get to catch the dream where you've developed something that's very fruitful for you. The alchemy has finally occurred, and this is because of this gift and this new growth, okay? And the alchemy is already, this is what you've already, so where are you at with this gift? Lady Luck is on your side. You're in this, you're being pulled back into collaboration, okay, at this point. And this lime, it's really interesting because I know that when you add lime to soil, it changes the acidity, which changes what grows. And this is like luck, opportunity, hard work meets opportunity, and that's what we call luck. You've worked really hard for this. It's super juicy. We're getting all these green leaves, okay? As we talked about the green leaves, we're getting all this nutrient, okay? This is very I can't even talk, but this provides a lot of nutrients for you so that you can have this Cinderella story, so that you can have this transformation. This is just so gorgeous. And you can have all this abundance, okay? We're going to read card number, okay, not here. We're going to read number 6, okay? So this is what's happening below in those lower chakras, this alchemy, this balance, this like productivity, and it's just like the production of, like, the fruit keeps getting bigger. That's what I'm seeing here. The fruit keeps getting bigger. Wow. That's so cool. All right. What's happening above? I don't think I've ever pulled this card. A lot of balance. Okay. A lot of balance is happening above that heart chakra because of what's happening below. Okay. And that higher chakra, it's less about me, and it's more about, because I'm hearing let us. It's more about let us, working in collaboration, finding that balance, okay? Finding that balance. So that's what's happening in this upper chakras. But where you are now is this affection, sorrel, okay? Another 3. And, you know, and I see this cat reflection. Cats have 9 lives, this healing. This is where you're at. It's just like this leafy energy. I feel like this healing has a lot to do with, I do feel like, it's so funny. I'm getting vitamin K. I'm getting for your heart, all these green leaves. But really what I'm feeling too at this particular moment is this heart block. So we have, as below, an expansion in what you're producing, the fruit. But as above, we're getting this expansion in clarity, this expansion in the changes that are happening, and this is like aligning for you. Okay, if this is another 3, I'm gonna die. Okay, it's a 5. Okay? And what this leads to is this purification. So we're at this time where we're kind of looking in the mirror, we're evaluating the reflection, we're one with collaboration, we're eliminating these shadows. Okay, we've had these portals close. We've had these portals close. This is an evolutionary pathway we can all take. And some of you are stepping on this. And you're like, okay, these portals have closed. What are these shadows I can alchemize? We've talked about them in every single pile. And for you, this is really traversing you from one plane into a whole nother plane. Okay? And so as we take this alchemy and this harmony, it creates this shift, this beautiful shift. And Spirit is bringing this into your structure because it's meant for you. It's meant for you to claim this wisdom. It's meant for you. Are these bay leaves? Yeah. Wow, I love this because bay leaves are in themselves very purifying. Very purifying. And so we have the snapdragon energy. Okay. Snapdragons. Oh, I forget what they pair with right now. But the snapdragon is really amulet of, like, they look like skulls. Okay. As they dry out. And the snapdragon is really attached to like this shock key. So we have this purification coming into this dark feminine, this feminine energy that truly, my friends, we were never truly meant to experience. But this is what we experience because of the creation of the shadow bugs. When the bugs came to weaponize our demons, it just held these patterns, and these patterns run so deep, and we've been running on these repetition. It's just automatic based on our fears. It's time for us to recode. It's time for us to realize that these are all illusionary. At one time, this helped us to fall into matter. This helped us to create our form. But now it's time to understand how to release and work our way back into this ethereal form. Oh, I can really feel this pressure here. Whenever I feel this, this always emulates about a heart block. And this heart block is what is going to allow you to capture it, because this is a blocked pathway. This is a pathway that's been blocked, and this is what creates the quantum field change for you. When you access this pathway, it would be the first time you can access this new information. And this is what allows you to have this huge transformation. Huge, huge transformation. So it's really important to stay in the ebb and the flow. Remember who you are, right? As above, so below, right? As we align and move from one structure into another, it's all about keeping that balance, that in and out, catching the breath, allowing yourself to take it in waves, okay? And really focusing on your breath as you go under the wave. And you get into this pattern. This is what I'm feeling. I'm getting into this pattern. Okay. So let's do a couple shuffles here. Wow, 11 and 11. Okay. So we're really talking about these pituitary changes, this alignment to these changes. So let's take a look at them. All right. We've got this sun, this illumination, okay? This burning away is what I'm hearing. Burning away. A lot of fire energy. A lot of fire energy right now, especially in the cosmos. And the earth is going to hold you. So really, we talked about that gift and the expansion and the connection with the earth. This is where the gift actually comes from. So how can you allow the earth, the elements of the earth, the creatures of the earth, the people of the earth, all the parts of the earth, how can you allow that to nurture you, to calm the waters of emotions, which then in turn allow this beautiful pass off to this masculine energy. And it's like you're finally grounded in this space. This is what clear insight is. Now look at, there's a wake-up call, tsunami energy. Not really sure what that means yet. Except that it might feel like you're drowning. Okay, there might be this drowning out feeling. I feel like this could affect really tuning into your own voice. But remember the magic of the ebb and the flow, okay? And the tsunami in itself is a big wave. So just focusing on that breath, not allowing the fear to overtake, because the lightning will strike the water. And once that happens, it's like all the little, it's like you see all this little energy scatters throughout. And this is what that pituitary gland is doing. It's creating this lightning strike throughout the body. And it's allowing this unfoldment. It's allowing you to rise. It's allowing you to rise your frequency. You've gone through the muck, and it's time to come out of this stage, come out of the dark, come into the light, and really allow things to unfold. This is truly a beautiful energy. A beautiful energy. And what really helps you to get into this, the harmony of it, the synergy of it, is this expansion in, I mean, this, it says completion, but really this is an expansion in your vision of what you're growing. This is literally the epitome. Look at, there's that tree growing in this girth. It's got all this new growth on it. And it's shooting off in new directions. It's producing more fruit. This is just such a beautiful reading for you. Such a beautiful reading. Pile 4. Participate in your ceremony. Honor what spirit is bringing in. I am getting a lot of writing here. Messages, channeling. Maybe you do this a certain kind of the day. This is just coming in to confirm whatever kind of ritual you're doing, as long as, of course, it's not magic against others. I don't condone that. But working with crystals, gridding, doing different ceremony related to releasing fears, to manifestation. These are all coming in to let you know that this will expand this unconditional love. When by doing so, it really captures intention, is what I'm getting here. And as you're getting it authentic, you'll see the blessings. The blessings are just going to roll in. Yeah, that's throughout your whole reading. A lot of abundance, a lot of fruit, a lot of growth. And it's like, there's this energy, this siren energy, and it's like what used to lead you astray. It's this sound now. You move your feet, and you've transmuted that. So there's this transformation of this energy that keeps you from using your imagination, keeps you from being free, keeps you from grounding in kind of a wild way, but there's no judgment. There's no judgment. So just allowing yourself to be free. And here's this mountains coming in, and it's just like you've climbed for this clarity. You've climbed for this healing, this clarity, this opening. And it's like you have shown and executed all this strength because you have climbed the heights. You have overcome the obstacles. You've breathed in the atmosphere that's hard to breathe, is what I'm hearing, as you climb. It affects your breath, okay? And that's really coming in. It affects their neurological changes, how the neurons fire It's just very interesting. Okay, so how can we focus on that ceremony? How can we focus on that ceremony, on the rituals? How can we focus on recoding? When you live free, it's amazing what you can be. How can you allow this intention? How can you be ritualistic in what's being released, in what's what's interfering? You know, what am I getting here? I just feel like there's this energy that's trying to interfere, and the more that you write it down, and the more that you release, and the more that you forgive. This is what I'm feeling, a forgiving ceremony, writing down on a piece of paper everybody who's ever hurt you and what they've done to you, and just releasing that and letting that go clears so much space. This is actually that looking at these shadows, looking at, the reflection of what people show to you, and then allowing that purification, right? And then what this does below, it allows you to bear more fruit. So there's this beautiful tandem energy that we're aligning to. Okay, so how can we find the harmony? The music. You are the tuners. How can you tune your instruments, your voices, your chakras? How can you find the harmony? This is what leads to the quantum change. And on that first level, what is the gift? It's the gift of fire, the gift of passion. Fire in your belly is fierce excitement. Oh, it feels so positive. It really, really does. There's this expansion in what you're reading in this reflection, okay? This reflection, I love this. We see all these birch trees and the reflection below. So as we're expanding, and as here in this winter solstice, nothing's really growing except we're not seeing the growth of the roots, and that's coming in this reading. And in that root chakra, we've been chiseling away at all that tries to keep us frozen, all that tries to keep us from having growth. This is, being a huge change for you. Things are shifting in your favor. This is your time, friends. The clouds are shifting. The wind is coming in. The direction is shifting. And you can see more clearly. You don't feel so distracted. You don't feel so clouded. You feel more intentional. You feel there's the knowings. There's connecting. There's less doubt. That lotus flower, that unfoldment. It's like you've done all this work to work through all these things that attach to your power source, that exploit your power. And you've risen through the muck. You've done the hard work. You've done the rotor rooting, like the plumbing. And now we've got this beautiful unfoldment coming here in your power. You're really harnessing, wielding. You understand what your magic is and how that expresses into the collective. And it's like you're ready to breach. You're ready to breach the surface. You're ready to, allow what's happening in these lower chakras, this unfoldment, this passion, this reflection, this clearing, right? This ability to shift. It allows you to breach the emotions and really fight for that harmony, fight for that sound. And I love this because this is the humpback, and the last oracle that I did that just wrapped it up talked about the whale, the fall of the whale, and what that leads to is a new foundation within. Okay, as we embrace our whale, as we embrace our wisdom, as we allow that whale to fall and to nourish a whole new world within ourselves, it's like this really pushes off. And this is what humpback whales do. They come in to a lot of times breach the surface, come up to protect. So this is a very protecting energy, really allowing you to expand. In particular, we're in the heart chakra. So it's really allowing you to work into, I'm just getting this energy, scratch away, erode at the pathway that's being blocked. There's a block here, but this is opening. Okay, this is opening. So hold on to the wonder, the experience. One of my favorite things, I love the light in here. When I'm driving and I see the rays of light, I instantly think of God. Instantly. So how does the ray of the light, how does the sun, literally, this is the mashup. Is that right? Hold on. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. This is number 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Okay, I was like, that is too synergistic. But your ancestors, the gift here is your ancestors are raising you up. And so how can we raise up in that innocence? How can we have that childlike wonder to know that all limits are being released and that we are being propelled into something beautiful and something new? Now we just missed card number 4, so we're going to go back to that. 1, 2, 3, 4. I should have read it. I felt it, because I dealt it twice. The lotus flower that wants to come forward. The lotus flower. All right. Excuse me. All right. Oh, it would help if I'm in the right book, friends. Earth magic. All right. So we're looking at the lotus flower. The lotus flower talks about unfoldment, unfoldment, and we're going to page 92. I just say that so I don't lose it. Okay. Now there are a lot of images in here. So what are you seeing? What's being reflective? Look at the clouds. Okay, look at the water. The lotus flower sits upon its leaves, having risen to the surface of the sun, held in the hand of God, invites upward into the light. The unique plant is rooted in the mud and muck at the bottom of the body of water. Its stem reaches up to the surface, where the leaves rest quietly. At night, the flower closes and sinks below the surface, only to rise with the daylight and once again gradually unfold its petals. Its stem extends above the water line 3 feet or more. What we learn from this amazing plant is how our own spiritual path unfolds and opens to the light, then at times gently folds on itself for the proper rest when the daylight fades. This period is just as necessary as growth, for it allows the plant to integrate what it has gained in the nourishment during the day. It also has an importance that it is rooted. It's also just as important that it is rooted in that yet another miracle of nature, that something so exquisitely beautiful is formed from the mud and the silt at the water's bottom. So, what this energy is bringing into us, related to our power source, related to this pituitary nervous system changes, your spiritual unfoldment is occurring at all times, whether you are aware of it. It is, I'm having a hard time. There we go. Sorry. I'm having a hard time seeing. It is inevitable As long as you put your trust in the hands of the Creator, the one who holds the light, like the lotus, your soul is always reaching for the light to fulfill its karmic destiny. But even in the process, there are periods. I was like, oh, it looks so crazy. There are periods of darkness and times to rest. In a natural cycle, one that cannot truly be coerced or halted, it has an innate rhythm of its own, one that should be unique to the being that is you. You do not need to strive. You do not need to strive or to be driven by spiritual ambition. It does no good to try to force growth upon yourself or others. For that matter, allowing is the key here. Allow the place in your I'm so sorry, this is so hard to read. Allow the place in you that naturally wants to follow the light to do so, while recognizing that even when you have complete faith, you will face challenges and occasionally suffering. Your steady faith and love will guide you on your journey of returning to the light. Wow. So as you return to your power source, it's nothing that needs to be forced. And that's just so important, because in the spirituality world, there's all this talk of engaging your will. There's all this talk about how you have to, recode everything to like change your experience. And that's not the purpose of that information. The purpose of the information is to recode your truth. You're not recoding a change. You're literally recoding your truth. Hey, yes, I am still live. I know, this is a long one. Aren't they always? I just noticed you were on here. How are you, sweetheart? Oh, I love the yellow hearts. Are you feeling better? I hope you are. Okay, I'm on pile number 4. You might come in for that. I can see that. So as this lotus, as this unfoldment happens, it just naturally reattaches you to your power source. So this is nothing to be feared. This is just like a recalibration. And even though for some of you, I can only share my personal experience. But man, have I learned a lot of things. Like how I don't know about you, but I know for me that I'm learning more about it. But I used to see all these sparks in the middle of the night. I'm like, what is happening? There used to be things that I was, a little fearful of because I didn't understand what they were. So really getting collaboration with other healers, or really with your guides, and ask, hey, what is this that's happening? When I first felt light flooding in, it was like painful. It was like painful. And I didn't realize what was happening. I didn't realize that light was flooding into my energetic field. And it was for my highest good. And it was like eroding through some energies, bringing into balance as I've been expanding the amount of light I can hold, which allows me to do what? To balance the types of darker energies. It's all about balance. Okay, we're always going to have light and dark. They're on the same bandwidth. And we can actually pinpoint different places. Quantum effect healers, tuners, you can go in and you can really engage in different energetic frequencies. This is the ability to tune in your frequency in the first place. That makes sense. Number 4, I chose and drawn to number 1, 2. Yeah. Okay, I see that. Yeah, you can have, I was saying 1 pile, 2 pile, 3 piles, all 4 piles. So yeah, this is such a beautiful energy. Okay. So that's really cool. And Spirit's going out of their way. And I'm looking here, trust, don't resist, or it shall persist. So it's really about trusting. You're aligned to this quantum shift. Like this is like huge. It's like you are on target. And it is such a positive reading here for you. Don't get in your own way. Don't get in your own way. It's just about finding the tuning so that you can play your song, so that you can execute your sound, so that you can, trust your instincts. So is what's here, so that you can follow your path without worrying. So many of us, myself included, worry, did I miss it? Did I miss something? Did I take a wrong turn? And it's like Spirit is coming into here to teach you, first of all, you are always where you're meant to be. That is one of the first things that is really coming in for you. You're always exactly where you need to be. There's no mistake. Now, you can look at this picture and you can infer one thing or another, but what I see is not someone who's looking, who's alone. I see someone who's discovering. And as I'm in my mind's eye, it's discovering, and it's so interesting, a reflection of himself. So this is like this deeper, as he's walking away from the water, he's actually walking to a reflection of himself, of who he wants to show up at. I'm saying he because this is the action of wanting to show up truly who you've always desired to be. Wow. And this is the power of the masculine energy. It's no longer about push. It's about pull. It's about unconditional love. It's not about the fight. It's not about any of that. It's about this unfolding. It's about surrender. And it's like, and I love that because this is the analogy, is because the whole time I'm seeing it as this wolf is looking in the mirror. And that's perfect because as things unfold, it's like what we need appears in front of us, that reflection. But do we have the ability to see the reflection? Because sometimes when things are reflected back to us, parts of ourselves that are reflected back to us, sometimes it's really uncomfortable. Sometimes we don't like it. Sometimes we see these reflections in the people around us, and it's so interesting. How can we say, ooh, that really annoys me? How can we be honest and say, okay, what is this saying about me? What about me annoys myself? So this is such a beautiful thing that I'm seeing here, because you actually become your own teacher. You actually become your own teacher, and that's what I was getting. When the teacher appears, when the student arrives, and this is what I feel about you, and it's like this is all within you. Okay, this is all within you. What's authentic is this rebirth. Okay. She's holding on to this hair, and it is super connecting me to another pile, to the very first pile. How ironic, Mary, because Maria, how ironic is she's holding the hair that we talked about in pile number 1, which also shows the rebirth. So this is what's authentic. This is what's authentic for you, pile number 4, is to step into this rebirth, to step out of the hiding, to step out into the light, to not box ourselves, to allow the metamorphosis, and to allow things to unfold, because everything is ready to grow here. Everything here in your reading is about growth. Everything. Okay? So we're on card number 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. And this is how this journey is being restructured for you. That hail, that freezing, that freezing of energies as we speak of this year, as we speak specifically of our 77 challenge, which talks about the snow queen, the snow bees, the snow, the icing, the frosting, all elements of ourself. And it's like as we unfreeze parts of ourself, or in some cases freeze parts of ourselves, we free ourselves from the woundings. We free ourselves from the woundings, and we actually unlock parts of who we are. That's cool, the fairy too. Yeah, where's the fairy at? I love that when you see different things in here. There's so much in here. Oh my gosh. Oh yeah, I see the owl. Beautiful. Such a beautiful card. Okay, so here we go. So we've got perspective now. And this is coming in. This is that healing. This is that shift. This is the healing is we've got a new perspective. And whenever I see this card, the card about the Milky Way, which of course is very vast, right? In the cosmos, and that we are part of the Milky Way. This energy, some people refer to it as a black hole, but it's all about your perspective. Is something coming in to suck you dry, right? It's like a lot of people imagine it's just like pulling something, pulling you away, but also is this the perspective? Is this energy pulling energies away from you, or is it pulling the light into you? And you know what? It's different for each of us because we're all different. And this quantum effect is about this balance. And some of you need the balance and the light to balance the darker energies. And some of us need some of the darker energies to balance the light. Remember, it's on the same bandwidth. It's all about finding the balance. It's all about the polarization, right? So a lot of times we're at one pole or another, but how can we know this is really polarization is what we've been working on. The earth has been shifting. We're actually shifting poles. That's changing our experience. That's changing really everything. It's leading us into this new earth, new philosophies, new teachings, new everything. And so this perspective is really all about how can we stay in balance. Knowing, you see, we can bob, we can go down into the dirt, we can rise up into the light. But really, the power here, friends, tuners, is that you have the ability to stop anywhere in between. Okay? And this is very healing to the collective, right? And I'm sorry, I'm bothered because I'm trying to coordinate. I cannot remember this rune, even though I just shared it. I keep getting the two mixed up. Power, right. How can we keep perspective in your power? This is what's lining up. The journey, okay? The journey that we have gone through. And what's so interesting, if you follow the rune, I always like to follow the lines of the rune. So it's like we have this line here, we're taking off tangent, and it's like we're pulled in a new direction, and it's not in an ascending, it's a descend. But when we go into that descend, we can align with energies here. And what's so interesting is if you look at it all together, they really come into balance. So don't worry about the tangents. Don't worry about things that are striking at your power because, or how your power source is working, or the shifts that we feel, power outages, all the different things. You have a quantum effect coming in, and this is a shift in your connection. This is a shift in your connection to the earth, to the cosmos, to the Milky Way. Okay, our energetic system aligns to this system. Our power source is the same source as the cosmos. It is all the same. And so the perspective is, how can we align and see the planets in a new way? And here on this channel, we see them as reflections of the wounding of these planets, which create bugs, which affect our frequency. And it's damn time for us to switch this humanity. It's damn time for us to rise from this muck, to be able to have the choice to choose on the bandwidth, to be able to be in harmony. Okay? And that is the heart chakra, that's the real purpose, is to be in harmony so that we can sing our soul song, so that our soul song can emulate through the Milky Way and beyond, and beyond. And that's what we're focusing here on this channel. Now, I say now because it's been a learning. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. It's a new day. It's a new dawn. Are you ready for this new beginning? Are you ready for what you previously feared to never exploit you again? Are you ready for this quantum shift in your connection? It's very abundant for you. It's very, very abundant for you. It leads to it leads to wealth for you. Okay? It leads to truth. It leads to holding on to your power. It leads to harvest. It leads to feeling lifted. Living in the sun rather than in the shadow. This is so beautiful. And we're going to read that last one because it wants to be read. And we read, did we read number 8? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. How funny, we did it. Okay, so this was number, hold on, let me make sure. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I was like 7, 8. It's actually the wolf. Okay. So let's look at that wolf real quick. Stepping in the mirror, leading itself, looking at the reflection. The teacher comes forward as the student arrives. That's where we were with the wolf. So let's see how the message of this author of this oracle coincides with the message that we received, and what expansion can we get in that message. So I love reading from the oracle because we have this oracle, and everybody does things differently. I do it intuitively, but I also believe that this was created. The spark of this creation has purpose. And so that's why I like to weave in their messages, because, this is their creation. It deserves to be shared. It's sacred. The wolf. Instinct. Some of the strongest character, I'm going to have to pull this over. It's just like the font is so dainty, I can't read it. All right. Some of the strongest characteristics of our brother and sister wolves are loyalty, companionship, playfulness, and affection. They're exceptional parents and take great care of their young. We see similarities to wolves and domesticated dogs, particularly a certain breed. Yet these tamed and distant relatives have long ago transferred their loyalty and pack behavior to humans. Yet wolves are still carnivorous, wild animals, surviving by seeking out whatever food is available that meets their dietary needs. It is instinctually driven and most basic, that the natural drive that all living things possess. Over the centuries, the encroachment of this civilization into the wolves' natural territories and periodic scarcity of game have prompted these beings to hunt whenever they could, which at times included a rancher or farmer's cattle or sheep. This in turn has triggered a desire for revenge by the people so that they can hunt and kill wolves. My throat just got really sore. And this is so connected again to pile number one, because in pile number one, I shared the phrase from Bugs Bunny, "What's up, dog?" Okay, instead of Doc, it's deer hunting season. So this like frog in the throat, this like quiver, okay, is what I felt as I was reading that. This in turn triggered the desire, oh, I felt it again, oh my goodness, for revenge by these people so they could hunt and kill wolves, which has decimated their ranks. It's the so-called civilized world clashing with the world of the wild and instinctual. Wow. What right do we have to do that, you know? You have lost touch with your instinctual sensitivities. It is the result of cultural and or religious prescriptions dictating that anything wild or instinctual is threatening and therefore has to be controlled or eliminated. Now is the time to overcome the limited mindset and to tune into instinctual cues. Let the spirit of the wolf be your teacher and call upon this being for help identifying those specific cues, what specific cues are saying. Shed some of your inhibitions. I don't know why I have such a hard time reading right now. Shed some of your inhibitions with only guideline being do no harm. Experiment by getting out of the straitjacket of familiar societal norms and listening to the sensations of your gut. These are trying to give you a message. It may be a warning or an urging to take action of some sort. Take some deep breaths and simply notice what your body sensations are telling you. Your mind will be the receiver of that information, and your body and mind can learn to work more closely with each other once again. Now, this doesn't surprise me that we're being encouraged to work with the body, okay? Because it's just really solidifying as I read this card and in the spot that it comes in. It's just like really solidifying this expansion in your journey. And it's really, and I love that it's really emulating in this reflection and aspect of yourself as teacher and student, and how it's really different pieces of you. And when you can teach the body, it just expands this mastery. So asking again the body, because you're knowers. So those of you that are getting this, I feel you're tuners, you're knowers, you're in tune. And a lot of the things, and many of you know, some of you don't. A lot of the things you're feeling, they're not yours. But you're feeling them in parts of your body so that you can execute new steps of the type of tuning that you do. And I know that because I'm a tuner, and I feel it, and it's kind of cool. But at first, it was like, what the heck, what the heck is going on? And it's so interesting. I'm having a feeling right now. I just had a pinprick to my right foot. So what I'm getting here is if I look into that energy, and I believe this is coming up for purpose, is like that this right now, what I'm discovering for those of you in this group, that feeling pinpointed to me the wounding to the right foot, okay, which, speaks to me about specifically, I believe it's the fifth wound, okay, the fifth wound, which is related to Saturn. So see how that little pinprick gives me information as I'm in this energy. And it's so fitting because this is the third, even though it's the fifth wounding is what it's called, it's the third in the process of treating that I've been taught to treat. to treat the beetles, then the locusts, then the flies, then the ants, then the spiders. And this is just something that I've been led to do. So why I'm mentioning this is you become the teacher and the student at the same time. You are collaborating with your higher self. And that's why you can trust what's coming in, because they're all aspects of who you are. And with this quantum effect and this expansion of your connection, you enrich your connection with yourself. It's really, truly so beautiful. So let's look at that last card. It's a new day. It's a new dawn. And I'm feeling good. I love that song. Okay. Oh my goodness. Please forgive me. What's interesting is this. I know it seems like I'm tired, but it's the energy from this oracle. I can feel them I can feel these energies stacking up, and so and they're trying to get in the way of my throat chakra, which is very interesting. So they're trying to deplete my throat chakra, but we're almost done, and that's not going to happen. And then, of course, I'm going to transmute the energies. So it'll be all good. All right. What is this dawn, this new beginning? And I'm going to hold it up because it does kind of show the sun rays. What can you see in the hills here? These are glossy cards, but I see the palm tree. I see these mountains, this vegetation, and then the clouds. A lot of colors in here. New beginnings. The start of the day brings with reassurance that night has passed, making way for new opportunities, no matter what has come before. It reminds of the predictability of the daily cycles. The first light that forecasts the sun's appearance awakens the winged ones who sing and who chirp happily. I can't read it. At the advent of another morning. It's time for fresh beginnings from which we can create whatever experience we desire. In this image, we see the rays of the sun stretching into the valley while the sun itself peeks around the corner as if it had set its course to proceed around the bend in the river, which appears relatively still from the rest. Oh, I didn't even see the river, but I see it now. Which appears relatively still from its rest during the night. This scene exemplifies renewal and new beginnings. When you witness the initial stages of dawn without the benefit of the clock or another timepiece, for a while you may not be able to discern whether the sky is really lightening. The stars remain visible and the shadows of the night still shape the landscape. Is that the way with any new? It is that way with any beginning. It's difficult to tell where the old ends and the new begins. Gradually, however, it becomes clear to your senses that the light is definitely increasing, and as you continue to observe, the world slowly wakes up, accompanied by all sounds, smells, and freshness associated with it. Soon the first glimmer of the sun shows a new day has begun. This is a time to say farewell to the old and to honor the new by releasing any self-imposed constraints or resistance to the truth that you know. This is your chance to develop that project that you have been thinking about, embark on an adventure you have dreamed of going on, and take risks in initiating what your intuitive self has been telling you. As this prospect becomes increasingly visible and real, doubts and uncertainties may arise, but rest assured, just as dawn inevitably turns into day, by heeding your inner guidance, you will succeed. Wow. So there is this new beginning. I just love that everything is being reinforced Again, I see trust, don't resist, or it shall persist. You'll always be provided for. This is really spirit going out of the way and the earth going out of the way. It's your ancestors, the earth, and in a lot of ways, the shadows coming together to let you know that you're aligning to this beautiful quantum shift. Okay? And when we say quantum, we mean all timelines. Okay? So it's not just one timeline, it's all timelines. All timelines, Archangel Michael. Yeah. Anything else we want to say? I want to remind you, pile number 4, I'm going to be doing an amethyst and rose attunement meditation May 24th at the end of May, Sunday, 3 o'clock Central Standard Time, $33. And this will alleviate, I know I really brought it up for pile number 1, I believe, but amethyst and rose actually treats the shadow bug of the bees. And the bees are the bugs that try to keep us from hearing our inner voice, keep us from becoming the teacher and the student, really expanding our own mastery within ourselves. So I hope you'll join us. Thank you for checking in today. Tomorrow I will be doing a new activation. Either tomorrow, it'll probably be tomorrow, could be Wednesday. But most likely tomorrow. We have the albatross coming forward. So we'll be activating that energy and we'll be stepping into that oracle. And what I love about the albatross coming forward here after the deer is we go from this energy of the deer, which is very grounding, and that is, really an important part, is our power source is being reestablished in some of your piles, expanded in some of your piles, but the message is to stay grounded, 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 grounded. But pretty soon, we allow the wind to take us into the air, and the magic of the albatross, without getting into it too much, is that as the albatross is the bird that glides. So it doesn't use its energy to fight against the wind to get direction. It actually creates its pathway based on the direction of the wind. And I get goosebumps as I talk about that. So that's going to be a really powerful energy that I already feel. Oh man, look, these goosebumps are everywhere. This energy is going to take us to new heights and really lift us above some of the ruckus and ridiculous with purpose. So I look forward to that energy coming in. I look forward to connecting to you soon. I've missed you all so much. I've been going through lots of things myself, very deep, very dark, very cleansing, confusing, all the things. So remember, as happens for one, happens for all, and you're never alone in this community. Share your experiences so that we can help one another. Maria, I will definitely be in touch with tomorrow. Okay? Bless you. I'm going to bed. Much love. Kisses across the world. Thank you for all who came in, all who are about to come in. Drop it like it's hot. I love your comments. I love your reflections. And we will talk to you soon. Bye, guys.